but these ones here are not the front ones.
So that, oh, that one.
It's just a dinner roll. 3 minutes, Thanet. Are you coming next week? Good evening, everybody. Welcome to this Overview and Scrutiny panel meeting for February. Fire alarm procedures are as follows. If the fire alarm is activated, please vacate the offices down the main staircase opposite the lifts in the foyer. Assemble in Hawley Square on the green. Officers will assist you and advise you when it's deemed safe to return to the chamber. Would everyone present please ensure their mobile phones are turned to silent and they are not used to make or receive phone calls whilst this meeting is in progress. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed for members of the public. The meeting will also be recorded and subsequently broadcast on the internet. Does anyone present intend to film the meeting? And that's a no. We don't have any members of the public, so we'll move on. I've got a number of requests to speak under 20.1, and that's item 4. I've got Councillor Yates, Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Cupp, Councillor Manners, Councillor Munns. Item number 5, Councillor Yates. Item number 8, Councillor Yates. Item number 9, Councillor Munns, Councillor Manners, Councillor Towning. And item 12, Councillor Yates. Is that it? Okay. I've got no request for public speaking. Move on to item number 1, apologies for absence. I've got apologies from Councillor Curry and apologies from Councillor Crittenden, who's been substituted by Councillor Mackinnon this evening. Oh, Councillor Moore?
Yes, Chair, I'm leaving the meeting following what we spoke about earlier.
Sure.
And the underhandedness of how it's happened.
Okay. Moving on to item number 2, declarations of interest. There is a declaration of interest, and that's from myself on item number 11. I will leave the room during the duration of that period. Councillor Pope.
Item number 14.
14. Councillor Green, my deputy chair, is not here this evening, so when it comes to that item number 11, I will have to get you all to nominate a person to come and sit here for that one item. Okay, moving on to item number 3. It's the minutes of the meeting held on the 15th of January, and that's to approve the minutes of that meeting. The minutes should be in the agenda pack. Can I have a proposer, please? Councillor Bright and a seconder. Councillor Austin, all agree? Excellent, thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 4, the review of the Overview and Scrutiny Work Programme for 25-26. There are a number of things that I want to discuss during this item. Firstly, comes no surprise with the things that we've heard this week. The first thing is about Dreamland and the Scenic Railway. I had a request for us to add it to the agenda. Obviously, you can't just add it to the. I can't just add it to the agenda. It's not my gift. We'll have to up to the panel to decide how we deal with that. But as I say, I've got a number of members want to speak under 20.1. I'm going to come to Councillor Yates first.
Thank you, Chair. Before talking about Dreamland, I just want to briefly plug the scrutiny meeting on the 11th of February, 11 a.m. with Freshwater. And it'd be really appreciated if members of the committee could attend that meeting. I was at the recent resident meeting with Freshwater.
Can you just do that when we come to that bit?
Okay, apologies. So Scenic Railway, a rattling, clattling piece of like working class seaside history. I've done a bit of fact finding, and the Land Registry have confirmed to me just today that it is Sands Heritage Limited who own the Scenic Railway. I think that's important to start this conversation. There's an excellent TDC report by Christine Parker that I provided to members of the committee, which highlights how Sands Heritage were awarded their contract. I think it's worth just reading some of the lessons learned in that report, because as we kind of discuss Scenic Railway further, I think it's worth highlighting that some of this work has already been done when it comes to why were Sands Heritage awarded the contract and what lessons could be learned. So on page 9, 4.1.6, a report from 31st of August 2016, the learning from this and experiences across wider East Kent local government umbrella is that fledgling companies with no track record or accounts set up for a particular purpose carry a greater risk than is being acknowledged through the due diligence checks being undertaken by these multidisciplinary groups of officers and members. Sands Heritage Limited was incorporated on 19th of June 2014 and was then financed by a £2 million bank loan, shareholders and loan of 800k promised from KCC. So I'd urge members to look at that report, because I think it's quite instructive, and Christine Parker still works at East Kent Audit and is available to answer questions. I'm presuming that this topic will be about, we need Dreamland to come to scrutiny, and other members will speak to that. But specifically, if they do refuse to engage, I think this committee should certainly investigate or discuss, was the right delegated authority given to the council when it made the decision to award the original operating licence to Sands Heritage Limited. If you look on the council website, there is no council or cabinet report which says why Sands Heritage were given the operating licence. And it might be that that's fair enough, that there was a delegated authority to one individual councillor, but having one councillor alone make that decision and see the 6 bids that were presented at the time is certainly enough to raise some eyebrows in the community. And I think the members of Scrutiny, might want to look at that. So yeah, it's absolutely appalling what's happened, and I hope Scrutiny Committee will take this forward and address this, because the members and residents I speak to are furious. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Yates, and I agree, it is appalling. I was quite shocked when I read the news report this week. Moving on to Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Chair. Around a week ago, we were notified that a press release would be going out from Dreamland Margate, stating that they would be closing the scenic railway and that they looked forward to future reimaginings of the scenic railway. This was shortly followed by a statement from Dreamland to the BBC stating that the decision to close the scenic railway had been made in, and I quote directly, close consultation with TDC. I don't consider a press release announcing a closure to be close consultation on a decision, and I don't believe that residents consider that to be the case either. And those demonstrating over the past week and fighting for the scenic railway to remain in use definitely do not consider that they have had any consultation or say in a decision directly affecting a heritage asset that holds extraordinary significance and value for our community, Thanet, and both the national and international community, considering the Grade 2 star listing of the scenic railway. Dreamland were entrusted with arguably our most visible heritage asset, and apply fees to their tickets specifically to support heritage provision. But we are now being told that running the railway is unviable, not due to the condition of the railway, but due to the working hours required to complete checks. I don't consider that to be something that should determine viability, especially with existing heritage funding and additions to ticket prices to further support the heritage aspect of Dreamland. And I know that our residents want to see the HSE report, structural surveys and funder reports that we have still not seen as a council. This is more than a matter of cultural heritage. It is a matter of trust, belief and willingness of a body performing a public function in terms of the maintenance and management of a heritage asset to be open, not only with the necessary reports and information, but also with decision-making and input from the community that trusted them with one of our most significant assets. As such, I contacted Councillor Fellows to ask permission to come here today to ask Overview and Scrutiny if they would be willing to call Dreamland, Live Nation and Sands Heritage Limited representatives into Overview and Scrutiny, so that the community that has been so affected by this decision has the chance to scrutinise and understand it. Thank you for your time, Chair and Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Next, under 20.1, Councillor Manners.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, given the recent announcement that Sands Heritage no longer wishes to operate the scenic railway, can the committee request, and I'm going to repeat what's been said here, request that the company attends a formal session with Thanet District Council to outline its proposals for the maintenance, repurposing, as they claim to wish to do, or continued operation of this Grade 2 listed asset. I believe this should be a constructive discussion, however. Whatever soul-searching TDC now ought to be doing over its historic decision-making, as suggested by Councillor Yates and Whitehead, under Sands Heritage Limited stewardship, Dreamland has successfully attracted huge visitor numbers, generated significant VAT and wider economic activity, and crucially, it's done so without ongoing public subsidy. In order to safeguard both the asset and historic public investment, can the committee please encourage Sands Heritage Limited and other relevant stakeholders or historic stakeholders to explore all viable options for the scenic railway's future, including the potential for a body such as the Dreamland Heritage Trust to operate the ride perhaps under a full repairing and insuring lease, if indeed the ride is viable, economically viable. and to consider opportunities to collaborate on increasing visitor numbers in low season and midweek periods, because let's remember that Dreamland is probably the largest single visitor attraction on the Isle of Thanet. Meanwhile, this presents a timely opportunity for the Overview and Scrutiny Committee to ask Cabinet and Council to reflect on past involvement at Dreamland, and to ask Cabinet to compare publicly subsidised and privately operated cultural assets, respecting taxpayer funding so that future funding, subsidy and intervention decisions are informed by clear evidence of return on public investment and risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Manners. Next up, under 20.1, Councillor Munns.
Thank you, Chair, and I echo what the previous councillors have said regarding Dreamland. I've been contacted by numerous residents who are horrified in the current situation. What concerns me, while this is all going on, the asset is now not being used, and when it's not being used, it starts to deteriorate. And can we get the people into the committee to ensure that the maintenance is being undertaken, to ensure that it's not going to deteriorate to a point where it will be unusable going forward?
Thank you, Councillor Munns. And last up, under 20.1, Councillor Cupp.
Thank you, Chair. And as a Birchton councillor, it might be a little bit of a surprise why I'm here, but quite equally to Councillor Munns, I've had quite a few residents message me about this, and I think it's because this is an incredibly important, not just asset, but landmark that is in Thanet, and it affects a lot of people in terms of the memories that they've had with the asset, in terms of them now not being able to use the scenic railway again if this decision stands. And for me, seeing all those that have spoken on this particular subject, it is clear that this is a cross-party issue, that this is Thanet District Council coming together to actually state what needs to be done and state that people need to be held responsible for the decisions that have been made. It is very clear that the decision that has been made, there's been no transparency how that came about. There's been no clear process of any other solutions before they came to this decision. And I would like to hope that Overview and Scrutiny can have the power and can try and get the owners of the scenic railway to come in and to answer the questions, to have full sight of the inspection reports and professional advice that they relied on to get to the conclusion that they're at now, and to seek clarity on what alternatives were considered, again, before they got to this conclusion that they're at now, and an explanation of why continued operation cannot continue, because quite frankly, the reasons they've given at the moment are not sound, and whilst I respect that health and safety is absolutely of paramount, I don't believe that the inspections that they're stating need to take place are actually warranted, and I think that we as a council need to come to a judgment on that when the full facts are in front of us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cupp. Members, I'll start with Councillor Davis and Councillor Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'd want to echo what all our colleagues have said, that this is cross-party and we're all equally horrified, and thank you for what everyone said there. I definitely think that we need to be asking some robust questions of the individuals concerned, because there is the question once again with businesses that this council deals with is what price good faith. They bought a theme park, it's in the local plan which currently runs to 31 and I believe will probably end up looking towards 41, and it's a leisure facility and a theme park. What they've done is systematically replaced other rides, because a ride in isolation is like sticking a roundabout on the seafront. We've all seen those lonely roundabouts with one child on them. You know, a park is a park and it attracts people for the overall offering. The scenic railway is a really important part of that because of its heritage aspects. I'm also going to highlight that why I think they need to be brought in and questioned face to face is because I've never seen such eyewash as some of the claims that they've made as to why. Firstly, 5.5 hours per day maintenance or safety checks has been going on from the day that was built practically. There were teams of 3 or 4, brakemen would ride the coaches, they would physically check the rails, and that has had to be done on a daily basis, so this is nothing new. And I'm afraid saying, oh, it's going to take 5.5 hours to check it, well, if you give one man 5.5 hours work, then it will. But the reality is it's a team of people checking the thing for about an hour, hour and a half in the morning before the park opens. With regard to the condition of the timber, I'd like to remind everybody that of the arson attack, not so many years ago, where it then sat and unfortunately wasn't used for a while, but then was rebuilt. But because of health and safety considerations, it had to be rebuilt with a different gauge. Quite how that fits with listing, I'm not sure. But what it does mean is that the rails that those cars run on are no more than a decade old at most. So consequently, how are we supposed to give any credence to a claim that the rails are at the end of their life and this much loved wooden thing is worn out? It makes no sense, and I would support every single one of those that has asked for them to be brought in so that we can ask them the questions and see their responses, because there are many other aspects, as Councillor Cupp said, of their submissions that make no sense whatsoever if you know the true history and reality of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Just sort of, you did speak to me earlier and asked me about the local plan. And I've got it here. So the Thanet local plan, policy SP10, designates Dreamland Margate as a vital amusement theme park aimed at regenerating the town. I mean, it's concerned if we lose the scenic railway, then that could be the death of the theme park aspect of that site. It goes on to say, proposals that reduce the site's attractiveness as a leisure destination or threaten the scenic railway will be resisted. And that is in the local plan. So, Councillor Scobie.
You may have partly answered my question, Chair, because while I don't disagree with what any of the speakers have said, my question was going to be, and how are we involved in this? What purpose are we trying to achieve from this other than potentially highlighting an issue? And I do accept that overview and scrutiny does have the power and the responsibility to call out issues in the community and scrutinise them. But, you know, I was wondering if an officer can advise on what grounds can we as a council actually quiz them on this, because it's a private business running a private site. I assume they can make decisions around this and we may not like it, but what role do we have in that? Now, if you've just read out from the local plan, that might be the angle you can take it on, but I don't know if there's any other grounds from money that they were given or anything that we put when they were given the lease or given permission to operate that we would have any grounds to go back, because if not, then I start to question why we as a committee, with all of the issues we're facing with local government reorganisation coming, you know, of course we can look at these topics. What expectation are we raising with the public that we can do something in a situation where we actually have no power? That's my concern. And maybe our resources may be better spent on issues where we can influence cabinet and can influence council policy, because we don't actually have a lot of resources and we don't actually have a lot of time here. So, but I don't disagree with anything the speakers have said on this, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Scobie. I do think, you know, that we have to hold them to account. Many millions of pounds of Thanet ratepayers' money was spent on the scenic railway to put it back into use, to bring it back into use, not many years ago. So I think, you know, what other forum is there to hold Dreamland to account apart from this one? Can we just, do we just roll over and say nothing, or do we try and bring them here and speak to them and find out and explain to them that they can't just close it down? I mean, obviously, like you say, they're a private business and they can do what they like, but, you know, if we put enough pressure on them, maybe they change. Councillor Davis.
Sorry to come back in, Chair, but you've just mentioned something really important, because Live Nation are trying to turn that into a music venue at the expense of other venues. It's part of why, for instance, I know the condition of the building's not good, but 4 million was allocated during the UKIP years to the Winter Gardens to refurbish particularly the backstage areas, which would have kept that thing in much better condition. Unfortunately, the then administration and certain officers saw fit to funnel that money to Dreamland, and it was supposed to have been used for the resilience of Dreamland and to bring the thing up to operating standard. But I'd like to remind us, because that was £4 million that was effectively subsidising this operation. So again, that may be something that we need to look at and ask some questions about. Where did that go?
Councillor Wing.
Do we not, thank you, Chair, do we not also have a role in terms of planning enforcement? It's a listed structure, so surely we have an enforcement role to make them maintain that building in exactly the same way we have with Grade 2 listed buildings that private people own.
Absolutely. I think some scrutiny of the planning. I mean, what can they just keep the structure and not use it as a ride? Does that come in the planning permission that they have for, I don't know. We'd have to get some planning advice from the planning department on that one ahead of any meeting that we have. Councillor Austin.
Just not entirely sure what you were saying, Ingrid. Just for councillors' views and advice, we've obviously done some work into checking the position, and the advice from our planning officers is that there is no planning issue involved in this. The Scenic Railway is a listed building, but there is no proposal to change the nature of the building, and planning doesn't cover the operation of the Scenic Railway. So we don't believe there are planning powers, and there doesn't appear to be anything in the contract when the operation passed away from us that obliges the people in receipt of that to run the Scenic Railway either. Now, that's not to say, therefore, that this committee shouldn't look into it. I'm just saying that we don't believe that the council at the moment has any powers to enforce anything. So therefore, if the committee were to be looking at this, it would be doing it on the basis of representing local people's views, as opposed to any specific power that we've got. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Colin. Councillor Austin, was you? Anybody else want to speak? Councillor, oh, sorry. I was going to bring you in as the Mayor Margate. Councillor Pope.
Thank you. I think everybody else has summed it up much more succinctly than I could. So, yeah, just really welcome us bringing them in, and also making sure that we do have a robust reason to bring them in. So I think bringing in the local plan and, yeah, making sure that we've got a good reason why they should stand before us and be held to account. So, yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Pope. Councillor Scobie.
I will just come back in because I really don't want this committee to be turned into people jumping on issues and saying we're going to call this into scrutiny and try and put this, which I'm not suggesting people are doing, speaking under 20.1 here. But there is a danger that's what we become as a committee, where issues happen in the community and people go out on social media and say, I'm demanding this gets called into scrutiny and we hold people to account. It's why I oppose the freshwater coming in, not because it's not an issue, but that's how it's going to be used. I'm doing a call for action. I'm going to call this in, and it's not what we're here to do. You know, areas that we can actually influence on policy. I mean, we're 25 minutes into this meeting. We've got the entire budget for a whole year with all these great things, and we're talking about this, and it's an important issue. But as sort of Colin sort of alluded to, we have no influence over it, really. And if we did, as a council, have influence over it, do we not think that the Cabinet would be doing everything they can to make sure that Dreamland does that? I mean, we just heard from Councillor Whitehead, as Deputy Leader of the Council, that she's here, you know, saying we're sort of the only body that can sort of come to. That sort of tells you that TDC really doesn't have a role here. So by all means, let's have the meeting, but let's make sure that we don't just become single issue jumping after issues that are brought to us, because there's a lot of outrageous stuff that happens in our community, and we don't want to raise false hope that we can do something about it when we have no power. You know, you could actually have a whole group of residents sat there expecting us to hold these people to account. They don't even have to attend. This isn't like we've got powers to tell people to come. They don't even have to come. So we just need to make sure that we don't turn ourselves into a campaigning body when actually we're here to scrutinise council policy and make suggestions on how Cabinet can tweak elements, or to make sure that documents that they've said are in place are being properly implemented. That's what our role is primarily.
A lot of hands going up now after that comment. Councillor Austin.
I will come in now, please, if I may, Chair. Yes, I see what Councillor Scobie is saying, but on the other hand, we went through extensive training as members of this panel at the beginning of our term, and it was made very clear to us that our role was not simply to look at the budget and so on, crucial though that is. It was actually to address issues in the community as well, and we've tried to do that through our working parties, but I don't think it is inappropriate for us to call in issues that we regard as scandalous and that where we feel that the council's support for an organisation has been badly treated and inappropriately dealt with, as we feel about this. I think most of us and the residents who've contacted us. So I believe we need to balance those things up. I don't think we should be jumping on everything that happens, but on the other hand, I do think when something like this happens, yes, we should be jumping in and saying, let's have a look at this more closely.
A quick one, Councillor Davis.
I think it's the appropriate place as well, because we need to show our residents who we represent that we are giving trying to support them in this. Because this is a non-political committee and this is clearly a cross-party issue and non-political, I think then that makes this the right panel to discuss it on the basis that were it just to go to Cabinet, then you've got a single-party Cabinet or whatever. And this, as I say, is past politics. There is public outrage, and as Councillor Austin said, our remit is to discuss and to look into anything that has an impact on our residents or the community. So it does fit within our role. And whilst I hear exactly what Councillor Scobie says, and we mustn't get bogged down in it, I do believe we owe it to the residents and to this council, because comments been made about the fact that there seemed to be a lack of caveats and so on in the sale agreement. So there may well be lessons to be learnt that need to be carried forward by this council through errors that were made at the time. So I think we need to get down to looking into that.
Okay, I think enough's been said on that for now. So I'm going to make a recommendation, and that recommendation is that we ask Live Nation or someone from Live Nation, Send Heritage, whoever it is, comes into our next available meeting and discusses it with us. And can I have a seconder? Councillor's hands everywhere. So okay, that's carried then. All members agree? Yeah, we all agree. Okay. Another thing we just want to remind people of next week, as Councillor Yates alluded to, that we do have a meeting next week on the 11th where Freshwater are coming in. I attended the residents' meeting down at Dreamland, and I think more questions were unanswered than got answered. And so we would look forward to seeing them next week. If you could all make that, it's on the 11th at 11 o'clock. So we appreciate your attendance on that one. Another request we've had is a scrutiny review on dog waste. I'm not sure where that's come from. If anybody knows where that's come from, I'm not sure. Not sure if anybody's got the appetite for it. Is it from the leader, is it? We'll just put it on the back boiler for now because we've got a lot to get on with. And also we did have a scrutiny review that was underway, but unfortunately we're going to postpone it because we couldn't get any stakeholders or people to come and give any input to Councillor Green's scrutiny review. So we're going to postpone that. Only the fact that we did say we're going to set up an LGR working group. Obviously, I'm sure Colin's going to correct me on that, but I believe that the consultation opens soon. Thursday?
Thursday of this week.
Yeah, so I think it's now the time we maybe put that together, or we all think about that. Maybe I'll send an email out to you all asking who wants to be on that, who wants to chair that, and who wants to get that going. I know Councillor Scobie suggested it, whether he wants to chair it or not, I don't know. But before we know, it will be in June and July, and then the options will all be there, and then we'll know where we're going. So I think we get that set up as soon as possible and start collating some information. Okay, excellent. Did anybody else want? Did you want to speak again on nothing? Okay. Right, moving on to, does anybody else want to speak under the work programme? We're all happy, okay. Item number 5, which is the council tax base calculation for 2026-27. And I'll call on Mr Blundell.
Thank you, Chair. It's very odd being over here, I must say. I'm a bit, a bit discombobulated or disorientated with this position, but nonetheless. So this report presents the council tax base for the 26-27 financial year. The tax base is largely a technical or mechanical calculation of the number of Band D equivalent properties in the district, which is issued and used to determine the council tax yield for the forthcoming year. For 26-27, the council tax base has been determined to be 48,669.16 Band D equivalent properties, representing a 0.91% increase on the previous year. The primary purpose of the report that's in front of you is to allow overview and scrutiny to review the discretionary policy assumptions that underpin this calculation. The key assumptions being discretionary premiums, the continuation of long-term empty premiums ranging from 100% to 300%, and also 100% second home premium to encourage maximum use of the local housing stock. There's also a collection rate assumption, a strategic proposal to increase the assumed collection rate from 97% to 98%. This is based on the assumption that changes to the local council tax reduction scheme, providing 100% support to over 6,000 low-income claimants, will allow officers in the collection team to focus on collection efforts on more collectible pool of taxpayers. And the last assumption is the ongoing and continuing removal of discounts at empty properties and those undergoing major structural repairs. So the next steps, while Cabinet approved the technical figures on the 22nd of Jan, the policy decisions regarding these premiums remain subject to final recommendation and approval at full council on the 26th of Feb. The panel is invited to scrutinise these assumptions and provide any feedback to Cabinet. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Chris. Speaking under 20.1, I've got Councillor Yates.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Blundell. Just 2 quick points. Well, 1.1 question. Firstly, the council tax support, 100% council tax reduction rate. I'm boring enough that I watched the Dover full council where they debated this, and I'm glad that they passed the 100% council tax support scheme, and I believe Canterbury has as well. So it's great that East Kent is kind of collaborating on this, because I think in Thanet, yeah, like you said, about 6,000 residents will benefit for £200 a year from that. So that's the first point. Yeah, I think that's a great initiative. Great to see it happening. Second point is just a question. So 2 years ago, we introduced a £70,000 budget called an Extreme Hardship Fund, which allowed our most at-need residents to have council tax base in effect written off if they're in extreme need, and that means like they've had a family member who is the breadwinner who's died and so on. Like we're talking extreme cases. Is that 70k budget still going to be included in this in the council tax process and budget? Thanks.
Through you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you for the comments. Just to sort of build on that, so Canterbury have approved their scheme. That was approved on the 8th of January, and Dover are working their way through as well. It's not just East Kent. There's a number of authorities throughout Kent as well that are looking to increase the level of support afforded in their local council tax support schemes. In relation to the question on the discretionary hardship fund, that is still included, so it's part of the council tax base calculation, and we make those awards through something called Section 13A, and those in particular hardship can apply for that using the council's website.
Thank you.
Okay, members, questions? Councillor Scobie.
So I have a specific question on this item, but just because I've got a number of questions through this evening, so I thought I would just start off with a look and overarching sort of comments on the budget overall. I think from the situation we're in, it's a very good budget, and I think we've been lucky and a lot of hard work has gone into it, and the outcome is a really, really positive situation, I think, for where the council's been compared to the last couple of years. The only concern I have, and I'll start on this, is that we've learned some of the lessons of the last 2 years, but I feel like we're still being far too optimistic with some of the forecasting. If you think the last 2 years, we as councillors were presented with, this is a budget, and then we've had massive overspends. And one of the comments from the main budget report, and I will refer this back to where my point is on this second chair, is failure to deliver in-year mitigations will require a further substantial drawdown from these reserves. This would reduce the council's financial resilience to a critically low level, with reserves and balances below 6 million, leaving minimal contingency for any future unforeseen events or emergencies that the council prepares for local government reorganisation. That's the comment, and I think we'd all agree that's the situation we're in. Now, the situation for the last 2 years was, as I said, we set a budget and we've been too optimistic. We have potentially overstated income, we have understated expenditure, and some things have gone wrong and things have got much worse in terms of risks. My concern is there's still a little bit of optimistic forecasting in this budget for good reasons, so that we can do good things in the community and invest in assets, but I do think they need to be challenged. And coming to this agenda item, we've got a situation with the tax base where we're saying that because KCC has withdrawn their funding, there is less money going into chasing households and reminding them and that side of things. We've taken 6,000 households out of paying altogether, which the report argues would then leave more money to chase other households, although I would argue that's still going to be less without KCC's contribution. But we're expecting the tax base to increase. Like that really jumped out to me as saying that's putting several numbers together and coming to the wrong conclusion. I would think that a realistic suggestion to the tax base would be that you'd expect it at the minimum to stay the same, taking 6,000 households out and having less money going into chasing arrears and on the collection side, not increasing. So I'd be interested, and this is the theme that I think there are several decision points in the budget where we've gone, oh, let's go 50-50, we'll go on the optimistic side, and together I think it puts the slant in the wrong way and may just leave us open and come back to where that paragraph in the main budget could be of concern. So yeah, just wondering if officers could talk through how that makes sense, that less households, less money means a higher tax base. Is there something I'm missing there? Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Chair. Thank you. So typically, all other things being equal, the tax base increases by about somewhere between 1.5 and 2% every year in a normal year. And that's largely just because of new housing delivery in terms of new homes being built and becoming occupied in the district. And that's probably been the case, I would say, for at least the last 7 years. We've been in that situation. What's happened with the tax base this year is, if you were looking at all things in isolation, separately, without having the change in the collection rate, the assumptions increasing from 97 to 98%, and also the change in the scheme, again, with the local council tax support scheme, again, we would have seen a broad increase of around 2% increase in the tax base because of new homes going in. What we then looked at is, what is the impact on the tax base once you factor in the local council tax support scheme, taking those households out of it, and that does reduce the tax base. But what we've looked to make sure it's not too pessimistic is looked at where the staff resources are now deployed. So 97% for a collection rate is on the margin, I would say, of being slightly pessimistic. Usually we record a marginal surplus on our collection fund. So if you look at our collection fund year on year, which captures all the council tax income coming in and the payments we make out to the major preceptors, at the end of it, there is a marginal sort of surplus. So I'm confident that actually the real collection rate is much closer to 98%. That's usually what we say we will get in over a longer period of time. What we have seen is actually, since the pandemic and the cost of living crisis, is we're still able to get that 98%. It's just taking us longer to collect it. So usually where we would hit 98% over 2 or 3 years, it's now taking more like 3 or 4 years to get the total debt in. So it's still collectible, it's just taking a little bit longer. So KCC used to provide that funding to us because it was really difficult and labour intensive to collect those debts, which are relatively smaller amounts. You're talking less than £200 for some households, and so £20 a month. And it didn't, particularly the amount that we'd receive as the district council, you're looking like 25 sort of pound of a £200 debt. So deploying a lot of staff resource didn't make sense. Taking those customers or council taxpayers out of the collection process means we've got the same amount of staff available, but they're now focusing on collecting those debts that are a bit easier to collect, because those are customers that, or council taxpayers that don't qualify for the scheme, and therefore their financial circumstances are somewhat better than those that are in the support scheme. So you would assess them as more able to pay, and by focusing on those accounts, we are confident that we can get that and continue to still get that 98% in collection rate. So although the rate has gone up, it's 98% collecting of a smaller pool of council tax, because we've taken that difficult part out of it. The maths are a bit wonky from that perspective, but you've got you've either got 97% of a really challenging, or a larger pool with a really challenging aspect of it, you take that challenging aspect out, and then you've got a smaller pool, but actually, because that bit was always the more trickier bit to get, that we weren't ever really hitting 98%, you can comfortably say that it's easier to get 98% of a smaller amount.
Appreciate the explanation. That makes a lot more sense now. The piece that wasn't sort of covered there, and I don't really understand from the report, was what was KCC paying for in the past? Because presumably they would have been paying for chasing some of those people that you were talking about. So what was happening 2 years ago with the funding from KCC? What were we using that money for? And have we replaced that money in the budget? Or is there less resource going into chasing council tax? Because even though I completely follow the logic of what you've just said, we might have hit 98% in the past, or that's the figure that we're aiming for, and I completely take the point around the 6,000 people and the time and resource you'd have to chase that. But there's a big budget that's been taken out. There's quite a lot of money, and I can't imagine that we've just replaced that. I'd imagine there's just less chasing and collection happening here. So what's the impact of that here?
Yeah, you're correct. So that was money that was deployed for additional staff resources, and those staff resources were taken out last year when the funding was withdrawn. We were fortunate that we didn't need to make any staff redundant, because they were able to be redeployed. At the time, the contract was still being managed by Civica when we went through that process, and they had a separate arm of their operations that was involved with effectively providing collection services to councils that needed sort of ad hoc staffing resources. They would just almost send in a bit of a fixer team to go in on an ad hoc basis. So with the withdrawal of that funding, the staff resources were diminished somewhat, which is why we've looked to adjust the scheme, because you've got less staff resources available, and they're not, from a Thanet District Council perspective in particular, there's not a solid business case to spend that amount of resource to collect a relatively small amount of council tax.
Anybody else? Okay. So we're asked to endorse the recommendations that are outlined in the report. And do I have a proposer? Councillor Britcher, and a seconder, Councillor Austin. And do we all agree? We just need to show hands on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in favour and no one against. Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Moving on to item number 6, which is the 2026-27 fees and charges, and I think that's Matt.
Yeah, we're taking turns tonight, Chair, thanks. So, fees and charges. This report has presented details of the proposed fees and charges for the 26-27 financial year. The review process, which began in early this summer, aimed to balance robust financial planning with the need to protect the Council's market share in a competitive sector. In terms of financial strategy, while the initial 26-27 budget strategy targeted a general inflationary increase of 4%, which estimated 250k worth of additional income, the proposed schedule delivers a total yield of 153,130. This lower figure representing a 1.36% increase on the relevant base budget, and reflects a strategic value over volume approach intended to avoid pricing services out of the reach of residents. The proposed charges focus on cost recovery, demand management and remaining competitive. Maritime has got a 5 to 10% increase. A comprehensive review aimed at full cost recovery, particularly for pilotage services, to prevent commercial operations from being subsidised. The crematorium sees a 2 to 5% increase. Fees have been kept below the 4% target to stay competitive with new facilities in Herne Bay and Faversham. Refuse and waste, a 4.2% increase in bins, and a garden waste increase of 4.3% to £73. Building control, a significant 20% increase is proposed for this area. That's mainly to do with the fact that the whole of the process has been reviewed and it's on a cost recovery basis. Bulky waste charges have been simplified to a £39 flat fee for 3 to 5 items to improve accessibility and administration. The report recommends that Cabinet approved the executive functions, such as the Statutory Harbour Authority, and recommends the general 26-27 fees and charges to full council for approval. These figures have already been factored into the broader draft 26-27 budget, and Overview and Scrutiny are asked to give any comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Matt. Members, Councillor Scobie.
I'm happy to go second if somebody else wants to go. Okay, so sticking with the theme then, there's another line in this which jumped out to me to go, that's very strange. So this may be to you, Mr. Humber, around the dredging costs with the port. So that's been a figure for the last couple of years, certainly last year, I can't remember if it was both years, that's come out and we've gone, something needs to happen in the port, come out of reserves, we'll fund it. And so I fully understand that we want to make that part of a core budget. Why is that figure not been pulled out? And why is that just put in as a line? It comes across as if somebody at somewhere where this budget's been pulled together and gone, oh, we haven't put anything in for dredging. I know what we'll do. We'll add this line into the report, and I'll read it, because I've not seen that anywhere else in this report in this way. Additionally, Maritime will set a further income target to fund dredging and repairs, which in the 26-27 budget will no longer be funded from reserves. That strikes me as very odd that that's called out like that. Why would that not be set as a part of the budget, and why is it put in as a line like that? Surely there should be a figure there, and we should understand what the income is. And the fact that this is coming out of a budget that, as far as I know, is loss-making, maybe in a total from the port. Why we would put that like that and not be more transparent about where that cost is coming from? And again, it suggests to me that it's another one of these, we're 50-50 on a decision, but we want to make sure there's headroom elsewhere in the budget so we can do things that we want to and need to do, where we've gone, let's be a little bit more optimistic. And 2 years ago that might have worked, a year ago that might have worked, but as that paragraph I read out at the start is, we don't have the financial resilience to do that anymore. So if we don't make that income target and the port makes a loss, that's coming out of reserves. Just wonder if somebody can give some clarity on that.
I'll come in first, Chair. I'm sure Mike or Tony might want to comment afterwards. From a budget perspective, obviously, like you say, the initial proposal from previous budget iterations was that there was a contribution from reserves to fund the additional dredging. That was linked to other proposals that were moving forward at that particular moment in time, so it was assumed to be funded from reserves and then eventually self-financing. What subsequently happened is, obviously, with other decisions, is that money can no longer be supported in the budget, but you're right, there is still a requirement for dredging and maintenance at the port and harbour. With regards to the loss-making position, part of the reason it's being drawn out is because what I alluded to is there's been a comprehensive review of fees and charges within the port and harbour to ensure that it is no longer subsidised or a loss-making. Part of that process was looking at the total maintenance costs at the port and harbour, total dredging costs at the port and harbour, factoring in those additional sums and making sure that fees and charges effectively financed those additional charges. So in a lot of instances, the work has taken place in the background to substantiate that, has been built in, and there is assurance that all of that money can be delivered over the coming year. So I'm happy it isn't a 50-50 and we've gone one way or the other. The piece of work that's been done, which has been supported by an external provision as well, has realigned all those charges to make sure those costs are managed accordingly and recoverable. So I don't know if Tony or Mike want to say anything.
Thank you, Chair. I think Matt has largely covered it. The work that we've done is around making sure that the fees and charges at the port and harbour reflect the cost of running it and maintaining it, and that's all. The Harbours Act makes provision for us to be able to charge fees and charges that allow you to run the harbour. You shouldn't be in a position where it runs at a loss. Obviously, there's challenges with that. We know that ports, a lot of the ports underutilised, and that's something that we've put through various reports and various. We're doing an awful lot of work to try and address that. So there are challenges, but there is that overarching principle that the income from a statutory harbour authority area should be sufficient to be able to maintain it. The fees and charges work we've done is aligned with the Harbours Act. So we think it's robust and will stand up to challenge, and it will deliver additional income, which the plan is that then will be able to fund dredging. We are in a position with the Port and Harbour where there are challenges. We know that, and we're working on a longer term plan to address that. So this, there are still risks around this, and it would be be wrong to say there aren't. But as Matt has set out, we've done that work on the fees and charges to address some of that income shortfall.
Thank you, Chair. So I think it's trying really carefully to just stay on fees and charges and not encroach too much on the budget, but I think it's important they are linked. So when you're looking at the fees and charges here, you're looking at almost like cost per unit kind of stuff. What are your charges going to be per activity? And as Mike's rightly said, there's been a really detailed review that's been undertaken to make sure that they're at the right level. From a budget perspective as well, what we also look is volume of activity in terms of what we can charge. And you're right in saying, particularly if you go back over a number of years, the port has run at a deficit, and there's been structural issues there within the budget. There's been, for a number of years, a £300,000 target that's been set at the start of the year, and to be honest, we don't really know where that income is going to come from until the year progresses and the opportunities develop, but typically they were largely hit years gone by. What I can say with confidence is actually that Mike and Tony have done a lot of work to secure income deals that actually mean that £300,000 income target is now actually secured in next year's budget, rather than it being speculative income that we're hoping to be able to generate based on prior year experience.
And thank you very much for the explanation. It does give confidence, but I just asked the question, why is that not in the report? Because how it reads, and again, I'm not an expert in this, is we're setting out all the fees and charges. We're then realising all of that revenue as part of our base budget. And then there's a comment saying, oh no, actually we think we're going to get more money from the port, and then that will be used to cover the dredging, so we don't have to go back into the reserves like we have the last 2 years. It just strikes me as odd. It almost feels like it's not double counting, but it is almost saying, we think we're going to do better than we are, but we're just not going to refer to it properly in the report. We're going to add it as a comment, and it's not really referenced elsewhere. You know, there's no figure that says this is how much the dredging is going to cost, this is how much we think we have to do, and this is where the income's going to come from. It feels like, again, it's a little bit optimistic, but you know, I accept the responses from officers, but I just wanted to comment on that, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Scobie.
Chair, sorry, if I may just come back on that,
can, yeah.
on that point. So you're right, there's almost a double sort of, two sort of perspectives that you can look at this from. So there's a reference in the fees and charges to the removal of the reserve contribution, but it's also in the report, so at the budget report, appreciate I'm jumping around between items here, but at section 5.9.3, we talk about items that were previously supported by reserves in the budget and no longer are going forward. So it says at that section, however, to balance the 26-27 budget, funding for the following items has been removed. One of the bullets is port dredging, 180,000, and maintenance, 50,000. These items will be funded at an appropriate level by the services income streams, which is aligned to what we've just been talking about. I appreciate we've just had a far more detailed conversation, but the budget report is 46 pages in its current format, and you need to balance the sort of level of detail with accessibility, which is also why I run a number of budget briefing sessions. I've done one for every political group and offered them to individual councillors as well, so that these particular things can be drilled into, as well as at OSP, which is a correct place for them to be done, but allow for those discussions, because if I detailed every budget line in the report and every risk relating to it, you probably have a report that's about 1,000 pages long, and I don't think that's going to be any use to anyone.
What you've just said there actually underlines why this is being treated differently. I don't disagree with anything you said there in terms of the budget's huge, you know, you can't get into every area. But last 2 years, dredging in the port was funded out of reserves. It was a deficit position, there was no revenue against it. This year we're saying there's going to have to be dredging again, and we're saying it's not going to come from the reserves, but it's also not allocated as revenue. You're not saying it's coming out of the revenue any. We're saying that at some point we're going to get additional income in that you haven't specified from where, and that will cover that cost. And that just doesn't feel very strong to me. And if I'm wrong on that, I take that back. But nowhere else do we have a piece of expenditure we're saying we're going to spend this money, and we're not saying it's coming out of either the main budget or reserve. This sticks out because we haven't said it's coming out of either. We said it's coming out of a third income stream that we haven't specified yet.
Sorry, Chair. So when we're setting the budgets, the mechanics of it are that you have gross expenditure and gross income that creates a net budget requirement. So each service, some services will have income, some won't. Some, for example, I'm probably going to pick a bad one here, Matt will tell me off. Finance has a little bit of income, not a lot. So you're largely just looking at the expenditure, same for most back office services. Activities like the ports and parking, for example, are largely backed by income. So you have the net service, you have the gross service cost, the gross income, and the net income of it should largely be zero, give and take, because they're, to an extent, they're discretionary services. Certainly the port, less so parking. When we've removed that income, when we've removed the reserve allocation, what we haven't done is taken out the expenditure allocation. So by virtue of that, you've created a revenue budget that the income has to replace. So I appreciate we've not said explicitly that it's there, but the mechanics of where you set the budget by removing the reserve contribution creates the necessity to have an income to replace it, which is set out at that bullet point and in the fees and charges report. Okay.
And that's why you're sat there and I'm sat here, because Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chair. It's quite illuminating, isn't it? What I do find interesting is that we haven't got a budget or an expectation on expenditure on dredging. And I don't know why, because until the geniuses of a previous incarnation sold the dredger, which provided maintenance dredging on a planned basis, we didn't have the level of problems that we get now with silting up. Given that we're doing away with the open port duty, I know we've only just started that process, but we have had debate on this before as well, because the open port duty only extends to the navigable depth available. So if a vessel wants to come in that's too deep for what we've got available, then it can't come in, it has to move on to the next port. So we shouldn't be dredging on the pretext that we've got to do it just for the sake of doing it. Does that mean that we can expect savings on the previous 180,000? Because if not, that's quite a lot to find from undisclosed incomes or unidentified income sources, given that the 4% increase is giving us an additional 106,000 into the budget, and this is 180,000. So do we know what our anticipated expenditure on dredging is going to be, or are we just working reactively and see what happens at the end of the year?
Thanks, Chair. I just want to go back in relation to the actual budget position. So obviously, like you said, we've removed the reserve contribution in relation to dredging and maintenance, so the budgets are as they were, they haven't changed. The budgets as they were set were on the basis of maintenance dredging, not for doing wholesale dredging as and when. It's maintenance dredging predominantly. Over and above that, it's not predicated on possible income. The budget, as identified within the fees and charges, the reason it specifies within the fees and charges report this 106,000 is because out of the 153,000 in total that was generated through fees and charges, it's identifying that 106,000 of that is specifically generated by the Port and Harbour by their normal, what would you consider to be a 4% increase. So when you compare that 4% to the other income generated, they are not like for like. The other pieces of work are not just about inflationary increases as identified by Chris, they were also about other opportunities that have presented in relation to income going forward. The budget is therefore robust. Whether or not they do or don't need to spend will depend on a lot of different things, and I think Tony or Mike is better placed to comment on whether they will or won't spend that money, but historically, obviously, as you're aware, we have just on bare maintenance. So.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to comment briefly on the dredging, I think you're right, Councillor Davis, that we haven't maintained and we won't maintain the dredge depth to that which it was 10, 15 years ago when there were regular cross-channel ferries. It was down at something like minus 6.5 metres, minus 7 metres. It's now at something like minus 3 metres. But we do have to maintain it in a way that it's safe for navigation by the vessels that are using it. There's dredging going on at the moment, grab dredging, There'll be water injection dredging, a different type of dredging, a bit later on this year. We base the amount of dredging we need to do based on hydrographic surveys that we do. So we monitor 4 times a year what the accretion rate is, the level of silt that's building up in the harbour, and then that generates a volumetric calculation for which we can then go and contract for dredging. So there is some variability to it because it depends on how much silt has been laid down in that period that we need to dredge. But we're not planning to do a large dredge to increase the depth back to something like it was before, because there isn't a need to do that for the current business that we have and the current vessels that we have. But we do need to dredge to make it safe. So there is some variability, but as Matt's already said, we do already have dredging budgets that hasn't changed. This is about that extra over budget that we had, which was reserve funded for the last 2 years.
Anybody else? Oh, Councillor Faruqi.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that the fee rate increases aren't just based on inflation, but would you mind just helping me understand where it is vastly above inflation, about what what the thinking was behind that, for example, in areas like building control and in the bulky refuse, for example?
So building control is because there's been building control effectively is a self-financing, so it's been reviewed in the context of what you can charge and whether you're recovering your cost. So we obviously, whatever happens, we shouldn't be running at a loss. So there was a review, and there was a historic undercharging in relation to fees and charges. So they've all now been rationalised. So that's a big chunk of what the change in building control is. Other ones, for example, parking, is that you can only increase by a set coin amount. So sometimes those as a percentage would be significantly above what the 4% is, because if you can only increase, for example, by 10 pence and it's already 20p, then it's a 50% charge, so it will stick out like a sore thumb. And that tends to be one of the ones that predominantly sits as being over. Bulky waste is based on, there's a whole raft of work that's undertaken. It's benchmarked against what services are provided elsewhere around the county, if you like, and we still, if I remember rightly, are still coming in under some of what the other bulky waste provisions are within other districts. But again, our costs are exponentially increasing, so the cost of fuel goes up, the cost of the staff goes up, and we're just making sure that we're not then running at a deficit as a result of rolling out additional services. That's all it is.
Councillor Wing.
I went through this last year, thank you, and it's really detailed, so I don't really understand finances anyway, but I took a particular interest in the free parking in the various towns, because there is quite a lot of feeling in Ramsgate that we should have free parking in our multi-storey, as Margate has here, and not on Cannon Road, which is a significantly smaller car park that also has leisure user people, and it's not in the town centre. So can you tell me what the estimated cost of the free parking that we offer at Cannon Road in Ramsgate and also in Mill Lane in Margate?
I don't know, and obviously I wasn't expecting the question, so it's difficult, but the piece of work was undertaken recently. So if you take Ramsgate as an example, historically, when we originally looked at providing free parking, the trial was done in the multi-storey car park. When we withdrew it, it was withdrawn on a cost basis. It was a trial, and so as part of that process, Cannon Road was looked at as an alternative. What was originally agreed was that because there was a differential between the two car parks, in order to put it back into the multi-storey, Ramsgate Town Council agreed to pay for the difference between the income that was generated from what we would have lost on Cannon and what is Leopold Street, Royal Harbour. That came at a cost originally to Ramsgate Town Council of £9,000 to subsidise the difference between Cannon. That same number now, going back from, bearing in mind it's been 8 years since, it's 46,000 roughly. So the cost of free parking on a Saturday at Leopold Street is 46,000. When you say that we offer free parking in Margate in terms of the multi-storey, that was partly because of usage in comparison. You're taking the one in Leopold Street is an incredibly busy car park, and when it was being offered as free parking, it was on the same day that it was a market, so there was a huge loss of income as a result of utilising that. Margate, historically, at the weekend is massively underutilised as a comparison, so there was a massive cost analysis done as part of the original trials, so that's basically why we are where we are. It is cost prohibitive for the multi-storey.
Can I just go on? Because I just did rough calculation. So the multi-storey in Ramsgate was 1,078,000. I just divided that by 7 days to see what the rough loss would be, and it's 25,428. Mill Lane, 195,000 divided by 7 days, it's 27,857. The residents in Ramsgate really do feel that the people in Margate, because their multi-storey is close to the town centre, Cannon Road, I mean, if there were figures there of the money that we're actually losing from Cannon Road, and I don't think it's that much because there are so many leisure users at the weekend that you can't access the free parking there. Yeah, I walk through there regularly, and that car park is very thought, and you've all just got to see the leisure stickers on it, and you know they're using the leisure centre. So for me and the people of Ramsgate, it's about equality of free parking. You know, if you're disabled and you're asked to go to Cannon Road, it's a long walk into town to the shops, and a lot of our traders are actually citing this as a reason for dropped footfall. So, you know, for me, it's around equality of practice.
What I just want to sort of appreciate first and foremost, parking is a highly sort of emotive subject. When we're setting parking charges, we always have to follow the relevant regs. Is it Road Traffic Regs Acts 1984 that says when we set the charges, the purpose of it is for managing traffic flow. So if we were having this discussion, it wouldn't be about we'd be concerned about loss of income from a particular area. That wouldn't be our primary concern. That would be the impact. But actually, whenever we're setting parking charges, we need to be mindful of the requirements of the Act and our parking strategy. So really, when you're looking at parking charges, the income that's generated is the outcome of the charges you set in order to be compliant with our policy and the regulations, rather than us saying we need to generate X £1,000 this year. We tend to go for we've gone for 4% this year because it's inflation linked. So by doing that, you're not eroding the real term value of the charge. If we kept it the same, in 20 years' time, the charge is very different in terms of what it was then, in terms of on driver behaviour. So that's why we annually increase it by inflation, where we can, mindful of those 10p differences. But that's to maintain, in real term, impact on driver behaviour to make sure we're compliant with those acts. I'd love to be saying, as a 151 officer, that we can rake up parking charges by 10% because it would bring a load of income in, but I have the external auditors knocking on my door straight away saying you've just done something that's illegal.
I'm not concerned about the increase in charges, although managing traffic, it's all failed anyway because the traffic's really bad. What I'm really concerned about is if you're a resident living in Margate, you have access to free parking on a Saturday right by your town. If you're living in, and you have a huge number of places that you can take. If you live in Ramsgate, you've got Cannon Road where you've got resident parking there, resident parking vouchers, plus the leisure centre. So it'd be interesting, that's why I wanted to ask, what were the figures, if you can work that out? You must have data on the percentage of car parks that are used. It was the multi-storey in Ramsgate, and then for some reason that was removed and put to Cannon Road. I don't understand that reasoning, and neither do the people in Ramsgate. So I've got no issue with the 4%, although it doesn't manage traffic because it's bad. The issue is about equality of provision in the two towns, the two largest towns here. We also don't have anywhere in Ramsgate, and I won't take Councillor Austin's thunder, but we don't have anywhere in Ramsgate where you're offered that first half 30 minutes. You know, you want to get a paper or you've got to get your prescription. You can bob into that car park, get your prescription, and then bob back in without paying anything. So there really is, for me, it's about the equality of free parking provision that is the issue, not the rise in fees and charges.
There was an assessment, so as part of the original proposal there was an assessment, and you asked me what the value differential was. The 46k that I told you is the cost of lost income at Ramsgate for Saturday free parking. That is the lost income if we were to use that multi-storey for free parking. The difference between the two locations is that Ramsgate historically is used on a Saturday regardless, and Margate isn't. even with free parking at the multi-storey in Margate, a Saturday you could go there, it will be nearly empty. It isn't highly utilised. So I know what you're saying, but people aren't taking benefit from free parking in Margate. It's barely utilised on a Saturday. So this was all done as part of, this was all looked at as part of the original review. With regards to people that are disabled, obviously there is disabled parking, free parking within Leopold Street, so those people don't need to park in Cannon Road. If they could go to Leopold Street, and there is free parking in there for people with disabilities if they've got a badge. So they're not restricted and having to walk down from Cannon Road if they are disabled. So all those things were looked at and considered as part of the original proposal. There is obviously an element in terms of, like Chris is saying, parking's got to cover its cost to the authority. And I think the numbers that you're looking at in terms of grossing up, in simple terms, there's some adjustments that go through Margate that don't go through Ramsgate, and you'd have taken those into your figures. Those two numbers are not comparable. The income from the Margate is nowhere near the same level as the income from Ramsgate. They're not the same.
What is the figure for Margate?
So historically, Margate doesn't cover the cost of the lease payments that we used to incur. So the lease was around £250,000 a year. The income generated only tips over that when you look at accounting adjustments for staff parking. If there was no staff parking adjustment in there, it would have run at a deficit, which was one of the reasons that it was acquired in terms of spreading the cost of purchase makes it more cost effective to have that asset on our books. Otherwise it would run at a loss year on year. Ramsgate makes a surplus in comparison over and above its lease charges.
I think it's fair to say they're not going to change their mind tonight. Okay, so I think we just move on from that. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Matt and Chris. As you know from our meeting and from our conversation since, we are particularly concerned about fly tipping and waste management. I'm looking at the enforcement section here, and I'm wondering, we've got £1,000 fine for unauthorised deposit of waste, but if with early payment it comes down to £400, and yet with the other enforcement charges it doesn't come down proportionately nearly so much. Is that a statutory requirement, or is that something we've chosen to do? Because I would want to be, and I'd be wanting to make it, you know, £5,000 every time they dropped a sweetie wrapper, but that's just me.
So I think it was agreed at Cabinet and it came through overview and scrutiny. The reason for the 400 was because that was the top fine previously until the legislation changed, which meant we could make the top fine 1,000. So the reduced is 400. So that's why the differential is different.
Quick one.
Just a very quick one. With regard to which car parks are used, because I fully understand why. We've got an excellent yield from Leopold Street, and it was in fact, it was Ramsgate Town Council said no way, because I think it had doubled a few years ago, didn't it, one year, and quite rightly so, because why should public money be covering that? However, have we considered the much more strategically located Staffordshire Street as where the free parking should be? Because, for example, I was helping a disabled person using the disabled bays there on Saturday. There's loads of space on most days of the week, and it's within a couple of minutes of the walk you're within 200 yards of the high street. So by having that facility available, it would augment the offering in the high street, where we're working out how to get people to go into shops. Well, that's one very good way. But also,
I think the position of free parking is maybe for discussion for another.
Yeah, no, it's just vastly. I just wanted to take this opportunity, and if I can throw it and leave it with the officers, but it may be. I think you'll find that a look at Staffordshire Street could solve everyone's issues. So
agreed. Quick one.
Thank you, Joe. I just wanted to come in and say I think I agree with you that the appropriate place for this was surely when Councillor Kay Bright was bringing his parking policy, and I think we suggested a lot of these ideas. So I'm sure Councillor Bright would be happy to take these on board and come back to scrutiny. I mean, he's always been very engaging in the past. I'm not sure now when we're about to set fees and charges at the time, although I understand sort of the desire to do that. So maybe if that's a concern, rather than carrying that with us, maybe we can invite Councillor Bright back to give us a bit of an update, and we can talk fees and charges on the various car parks and really dig into it, because it's clearly of concern for members.
Yeah, totally agree. Okay, the panel is asked to endorse the recommendations to Cabinet that are in the report, and they are as follows. That the Cabinet approves the fees and charges set out in Annex 1 that relate to the Council's executive functions, specifically the Statutory Harbour Authority. Any issue with that one? No. And number 2 is the Cabinet recommends the Council to the approval of the General Fund fees and charges for 26-27 as set out in Annex 1. Any issue with that one? No. And number 3, the Cabinet notes that the proposed yield of £153,000 has been factored into the draft 26-27 budget. Do I have a proposer for those, please? Councillor Britcher and a seconder, Councillor Davis. And we all agree, we need to show of hands. And that's unanimous, 9 in favour. Okay, thank you. Thanks, guys. Okay, moving on to, it's still you, unfortunately. Moving on to item number 7, the draft 26-27 HRA budget.
This is me, yeah. You've got two in a row of me, I'm afraid. This report presents the draft 2026-27 housing revenue account budget and the associated 2026 to 2030 capital programme for consideration by the Overview and Scrutiny panel. I appreciate members are probably fully aware of this, but the HRA, or Housing Revenue Account, is a ring-fenced account that records all income and expenditure relating to the Council's housing stock and is fully independent of the General Fund. The primary objective of the budget is to balance long-term strategic priorities, such as maintaining safe, energy-efficient homes and increasing housing stock, with also our legal requirement to maintain a stable and sustainable financial surplus over the medium term. So the key financial considerations set out in the report, but to summarise, the proposed budget is set again, similar to the General Fund, in an exceptionally tight financial environment characterised by the following key figures. The revenue position for next year, again, for 2026-27, the budget forecasts a deficit of £939,000. That's a deficit position. The rental strategy to ensure long-term sustainability is that social and affordable rents are proposed to increase by 4.8% next year, which is based on the September CPI plus 1%, resulting in an average weekly rent of £115.81. In terms of capital, we're looking at a £100.71 million 4-year capital programme, including £34 million allocated for next financial year to fund major works and new acquisitions. Reserve levels, the HRA balances are projected to end the year at just above £1 million, 1.105. That's narrowly remaining above the mandatory £1 million floor that we set. So there's not a huge amount of room for manoeuvre. In terms of looking at risks to that, the delivery of this budget is heavily dependent on the timely cessation of the waking watch. It's quite a costly provision at our tower blocks, which currently places a significant strain on resources and our reserves. Furthermore, the major repairs reserve is forecast to fall to a prudent minimum of 126,000, leaving limited capacity to absorb unforeseen capital costs without further borrowing or project prioritisation. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Chris. Members? Councillor Scobie?
Yeah, an apology if this is in the report. This was one of the areas of the budget I didn't go through line by line, I have to say. What is your current planning assumption for when the waking watch would be removed? And what would be backup plans if that continues to move rightwards?
Mr. Porter's probably got a far more detailed answer, but from a financial planning perspective, it's phasing down this financial year. I can't remember the exact time frame, but if I could ask Bob to come in on that.
I don't have the exact time frame to hand, but I can get that for you. We have obviously programmed the work for the refurbishment of the 5 tower blocks that have got waking watch provision in place, and the stepping down of the waking watch is linked to the completion of those works. In particular, the completion of the fire safety works. The Waking Watch is there to assist with the current simultaneous evacuation strategy in the tower blocks. The tower block delivery programme is currently being delayed by the requirement for us to have the scheme design signed off by the building safety regulator. The building safety regulator recently asked for an extension of time to the end of March. And we are, and the submission of some additional documents to support that, which we're working on intensively. We've also been meeting with representatives from MHCLG, who are part funding that refurbishment, who are pushing the building safety regulator to make an early decision. So if we get the decision in that time frame, then we anticipate stepping down the Waking Watch in line with the budgets that have been set. But there is a risk that that might have to be extended. Obviously, you know, if we do that, we'll have to work with the fire service to ensure that there's adequate provision. As we've got currently our contractor on site during the day, and we have been able to reduce the resources that, in the Waking Watch service, reduce the number of people effectively, because there are MERS contract work staff on site in currently 2 of our blocks, and we're just starting in the 3rd block. And as they progress through that programme, we'll be able to reduce the number and cost of the Waking Watch as well. So we're going to keep it under constant review. At the moment, we think we can work within these budgets, but you're right to ask this. There is a risk that cost may increase.
It's related to that, and it sounds like, you know, there's hopefully good news. It's moving in the right direction. If it doesn't happen this year as expected, so we have another full year of costs from the Waking Watch, what sort of order of magnitude of costs are we talking about? Is it enough to put at risk some of the minimum reserve position for the HRA? Is that the sort of the realm we're in, that it could be of that order of magnitude, or are the savings expected to be relatively small?
I think there's a couple of things working in our favour. The first one is that since the drafting of this report, the government have announced what's going to happen in terms of rent reform. So we know that for 27-28, rent will be able to increase by an additional £1 above the CPI plus 1% threshold, and in the subsequent years by an additional £2 a week. So that additional income will create some additional headroom in the business plan that we don't currently have. In the shorter term, so in 27-28, it may be that we have to reduce some of our spending plans in that period if the Waking Watch can't be reduced in line with our expectations. So we will need to keep that under review, and it may be that we have to cut back some of our proposals for 27-28 if we can't reduce it in the timescales expected.
Sorry, Chair, if I could just follow on that. So, yeah, it is our big financial risk for the HRA, and if it went on at current levels, it would result, without taking any action, it would result in us falling below that £1 million sort of threshold that we set. So, just in terms of order of magnitude that we've got programmed for next year, it's north of £1 million, the cost of the Waking Watch. I'm just trying to find the exact figure. But in terms of managing that risk, so if you look to section 5.4.3, which sets out the mitigation strategy, to manage these risks, strict in-year financial controls will be applied. This includes monthly monitoring of Waking Watch exit plans and a gateway process for capital release, whereby capital schemes will only be permitted to proceed if sufficient reserve funding is confirmed as available for cash flow forecasts. So effectively what that means, will be really closely monitoring the process, which to an extent is determined by the determinations of the building safety regulator. If there are delays, it will be necessary for us to defer some capital schemes that are urgent in order to make sure that we don't deplete reserves below that minimum level.
Yeah, just a process point. Can we make sure that that risk gets added to the risk register? Because I think that's of an order of magnitude that it should be on there. I'm sure it's included somewhere else, but that specifically I think should be called out as a risk.
Anybody else? We're all happy. Okay, I'm going to read out this. The panel is asked to endorse the recommendations to Cabinet that are as follows. Number 1, that the HRA budget for 26-27 be recommended to Council for approval, subject to any considerations of any recommendations arising from the Overview and Scrutiny panel. 2, the revised Housing Revenue Account Capital Programme Annex 1 for 26 to 30 be recommended to Council for approval. And 3, that the Cabinet notes the critical dependency of the 26-27 HRA financial position on the timely cessation of the Waking Watch costs and effective management of the capital programme within the available resources. Do I have a proposer for those, please? Councillor Bright and a seconder, Councillor Britcher. Do we all agree? I need a show of hands. That's unanimous. Excellent. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to item number 8, which is the draft council budget for 26. You okay there? 26-27.
Thank you, Chair. You'll be pleased to hear this is the last one from me, but with all due respect to the Treasury Management Strategy, this probably is the big ticket item. So this report presents the draft 26-27 General Fund Revenue Budget and the associated 2026 to 2030 Capital Programme for consideration by the Overview and Scrutiny Panel. The budget is developed during a period of significantly low financial resilience for the Council, following a 4.7 million reserve drawdown last year in 24-25 and a forecast 2.9 million overspend for the current financial year 25-26. The primary objective of this financial strategy, as set out in the report, is to maintain the Council as a going concern while transitioning towards local government reorganisation in Kent, which is anticipated to culminate in the vesting of new unitary councils on the 1st of April 2028. The Council and officers here tonight present a balanced budget of 30.542 million for next financial year. Though it's noted that service level expenditure continues to exceed income, this position is maintained through 3 primary pillars: corporate savings and funding, utilising a £2.1 million recurring pension saving, as well as government transitional damping payments to offset widening structural deficits. Proactive capital investments, so we're making a £51 million capital programme for next year that prioritises investor save measures specifically, such as the £21 million allocation to acquire homeless accommodation to reduce the high cost of nightly paid placements. Furthermore, asset de-risking is a high priority of the financial strategy, accelerating the disposal of high liability, non-income generating assets to generate sufficient capital receipts to address and remove the ongoing maintenance backlog that we have within our estate. There are some critical risks and structural issues that needed addressing within this budget. The budget specifically aims to address these demand-led pressures that have led to historic overspends, particularly in housing benefits and homeless and temporary accommodation, which account for nearly 2/3 of the total forecast overspends over the last 2 financial years. General Fund reserves are projected to fall to £6 million by March 2026, which, in my professional opinion, should be considered the absolute minimum floor required for the Council to maintain its financial resilience. Across the medium term, while 2026 budget is balanced, there are still gaps across the medium-term financial plan, and there's a projected funding gap by 28-29 as transitional funding that we're getting from the current funding settlement and those protections begin to unwind. To align with the evolving local government financial landscape and the reorganisation that we're all expecting in the decision in the summer, a mid-year financial strategy update will be presented in September of this year following that ministerial announcement. I'm happy to take any questions.
Members. Oh, Councillor Fruki.
Thank you for that. Just a quick question. Are you anticipating any change to this when the Bank of England new base rate is announced this week, or do you think you've already anticipated the trend?
So in terms of interest rates, we the market sort of assumes a certain level of cuts will be made to interest rates over the forthcoming number of years, and that's effectively priced in already into a number of investments that we undertake and borrowing that we're looking to make. So depending on the length of borrowing that you're looking to take, for example, the cost in terms of the interest will be based on what the market thinks the Bank of England are going to do. If they did something drastically different to what expectations currently are, that would affect potentially the budget. But for that to be happening, you'd be looking at a sizable economic shock, something in the order of the war in Ukraine, or the pandemic, or the financial crash, for that to have what I would say a material impact on our treasury management position to actually feed through into the budget.
Thanks so much. I guess that's next week's problem, global landscape.
I do apologise, Councillor Yates, speaking under 20.1.
Thank you, Chair. So my role tonight is just to introduce the Green Group's proposed amendment to the budget. This is the right place to do that, the Scrutiny Committee, with the hope that councillors we can make a recommendation tonight to Cabinet, and then a Cabinet meeting can happen, and then the Cabinet will hopefully agree, and then the amendment can form part of the budget for the budget setting process. So what is the recommendation? We recommend, so I won't be introducing the recommendation, I'll just be discussing the detail behind it, and then Councillor Austin will kindly recommend it. But the recommendation is that Cabinet introduce a one-year resident income maximisation trial. That's a tool from Policy and Practice called the Low Income Family Tool. And alongside that, a campaign management tool, £13,000, and £40,000 for a member of staff who can facilitate this income maximisation campaign. So in detail, £37,000 will just be for 1 year's use of the low income family tool provided by Policy and Practice, £13,000 for an additional tool which can send 20,000 text messages and 4,000 letters to residents, and typically that's 4 campaigns a year. So one campaign could be on pension credit, another campaign could be on helping low-income residents ensure they're on the essentials tariff with Southern Water, saving them hundreds of pounds. Others could be on supporting them with council tax support, childcare, maximising child benefit for single-parent households. So who are Policy and Practice? We've used them before in 2024. This was paid for by KCC. And they worked with TDC to improve pension credit take-up, and a short campaign in February of that year led to 68 residents getting increasing their pension credit, which had a benefit of £266,000 to Thanet residents. So that's just one campaign. So if you can imagine 4 campaigns like that, then the return on investment from Policy and Practice, they suggest something like it can be £50 return for every pound spent with Policy and Practice. So if you're spending 50k with Policy and Practice, you could expect like a £2 million return. Now they will caveat that by saying it's the benefit that you sign up residents to, and then they get that benefit year on year on year. So they'll say, well, we calculate that over 4 or 5 years. But the return is really good because we can expect residents to keep getting that. So how is it going to be paid? We've spoken to TDC Finance, and they've said that this can be paid for by freeing up funds from the £180,000. Freeing up, this can be spent by redirecting the boardwalk scheme on Margate Beach because they've got a specific capital fund that can fund that. And freeing up that £180,000, and the £90,000 of this scheme can be used. So feel free to ask them, but from our information we've received, subject to that, the costs being like, basically they're saying it could be a valid recommendation. That's what I'm trying to highlight. So who else uses Policy and Practice? Swale Council, Gravesham Council, Maidstone Council, Folkestone and Hythe Council. Within the pack I've given you, the very last page is a kind of report from Folkestone and Hythe Council basically saying what they're doing. So I'm not formally recommending it tonight, but I wanted to give you that background. I applied for a job at Policy and Practice, which is why I know a little bit about them. So, yeah, I think hopefully we can have a cross-party agreement tonight because, yeah, Southern Water increasing bills year on year, and I think every pound we can help our most at-need residents is a pound well spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Yates. So, Councillor Austin, do you want to formally
if I may,
present
please,
your
Chair.
recommendation?
Yes. So the Green Group is generally very supportive of the budget. We have a few concerns, most particularly about what happens if things don't work out with local government reorganisation in the way that we are expecting it will. And some of the implications of that. We have a number of proposals around our fave topics, waste management, disability access, road safety and parking, but the one that we have actually managed to take through to a point where Mr Blundell and Mr Stanham are happy with it, or as happy as we can get with it, is this one. And we know that this proposal has worked in other councils. We know Islington are doing it now, and it is bringing more income in to the poorest residents. So the proposal is we recommend Cabinet introduce a 1-year resident income maximisation trial, working with Policy and Practice at a total cost of 90k. External funding that TDC Finance has identified can be redirected to the Boardwalk scheme, freeing up funds from the 180k to introduce this scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. So do I have a proposer for the order proposer and you're the seconder? Yeah? Okay. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, as Councillor Austin said, we've had a lot of engagement. I'm very grateful for the early sort of sight of the proposals. It's allowed myself and Matt, with assistance and colleagues, to work through the proposal, and it is a valid budget amendment in terms of it being costed and viable.
Okay, is there any other comments?
Could I say how grateful we are to Mr Blundell and Mr
Absolutely.
Stanham for the huge amount of time that they've had to spend on this, and we're very grateful.
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Austin. Councillor Davis?
Thanks, Paul. It's an interesting proposal. I think that for me, the thing that if we can find the money for it, and it gives a positive outcome for our residents, then obviously, in principle, it's a good thing. It's disappointing that we were going to use council money for the boardwalk if external money is available as has been identified, but that being the case, then I think then we have to support that. I think it just highlights the fact, though, that we do have to, as a council, be extremely diligent and make sure that every opportunity to fund some of our ideas is being explored to the greatest degree, because obviously that money is available, but we could have spent it wrongly. So. Or not wrongly, but this way we get better value. And well done to my colleagues for the work you've put into this and to the finance team, because I think if this can improve people's standard of living and financial security, then hey, what's not to like?
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, I just wanted to dig into that external funding. I'm assuming we're not talking about some benefactor that's going to buy us a boardwalk. I'm assuming you're talking about borrowing. No? Can you just go into where that money would come from?
Disabled people.
We've effectively got receipts from that are capital receipts that are linked to have specific disabled adaptation restrictions attached to them, and given that the boardwalk has an objective of improving accessibility to the beach that meets the criteria, I have to say it was something that we weren't initially thinking of, but with some creative thinking across the council, officers were able to find, and we've looked in the grant conditions of this funding, we're satisfied that it meets it.
So just as a follow-up to that then, because obviously the initial budget was talking about we were doing this in Margate, there's already facility for this in Broadstairs, but then the plan was to look at identifying funding for Ramsgate for similar. So I just wonder, how that sort of funding is available. Is that available for all of Thanet? Is that specific to Margate?
I'm not sure of the exact value of the amounts that are available. I'd need to check that, but certainly in terms of principles, it could be stretched as an opportunity and an option that could be looked at for Ramsgate as well.
Because that would be sort of my concern here is if Cabinet are in the budget setting out that we have a strategy to use additional funding as part of an overall view to improve disability or disabled people's access to the beach, and the plan was to say, well, we're going to do part of this in Margate and then we're going to look for funding in Ramsgate. If we're now saying that before we even get to that point of being Ramsgate, the money that could be available to that we're going to spend on something else, even if it is a good scheme, suggests to me that we may want to take some time to consider that. And I don't know if Cabinet were aware of those monies available, and if they weren't, I think that may change, some of the plans that we've got to do the same in Ramsgate as well.
I don't think your recommendation mentions Margate or Ramsgate, does it? It's from the overall...
It doesn't, and as a group, a third of whose members are from Ramsgate and who spend a great deal of their time hassling Councillor Alban about the need for a boardwalk on Ramsgate Main Sands. We wouldn't be going for that if that were the case.
Chair, if I may, thank you. What I would say is that the funding that we've identified, typically we wouldn't be using for this purpose, and it's something that's only just come to the table over the last day or so, given the conversations that we've been having with Councillor Austin and Councillor Yates in terms of the proposal when we were looking at potentially viable ways to fund this proposal put forward. But we will be looking, obviously, as officers to develop this with Cabinet as the budget goes back to them, and they have the right to consider this and any other uses of that funding that they would deem appropriate.
Okay, so the recommendations there has been proposed and seconded. Councillor Pope.
I welcome anything that helps our residents be better off. I obviously think that's really important. But I just wonder if some of these things are things that we should be doing in-house, and this is subcontracting it to somebody that, I don't know, without more information, I don't know if that would be best value for us. Like, I know in terms of the Better Off calculator that there are free versions of it, and I think we have officers that help with benefits maximisation for residents. So, yeah, I think it would be good to understand what the cost would be in-house of us doing, free school meal campaigns in comparison to subcontracting it to paying policy impactors to do it.
Does anybody else want to comment on the recommendation? Got Councillor Faruqi and Councillor Scobie.
Just regarding the policy in practice low-income family tool, is that a one-off sunk cost, or is that a cost that you'd have to do year after year with the trial? Because 90k for the one-year trial, I understand, but I wonder how much of that we'd have to pay year on year if the trial's successful and we want to extend it.
It's an annual fee, isn't it? Yeah.
Is it an annual licence?
As far as we know, yes. We're doing a trial, so then we'll see how it works, and if it works successfully, then we will recommend it again, and if it doesn't, if it isn't justifiable, the amount that we're spending, then we won't.
Sorry, I just want to clarify, but the actual 37k tool, is that a one-off licence, or is that something that has to be paid every year to use? Okay.
Yeah, so I just want to explain where my sort of thoughts are at this point, because there's nothing in this Green proposal that I disagree with. And it sounds like the Conservative group agrees with it. It's just where that money comes from. So if officers, through discussion with the Greens, have identified that actually some of the allocated spend in the budget can be found from other sources, well, then the question comes to us, what is the right use of that money? And I'm not part of the executive here, nobody in sort of this room is. I don't know what was the next thing on the list. The budget report talks about a Ramsgate boardwalk being the next on there, which I think would be, something that residents would really support. There's also a budget consultation that's gone out, and I'm going to abstain on this, not because I don't support it, but just because I want to give Cabinet the opportunity to consider your proposal, but on the basis of working out whether, if there is additional funding available that maybe we weren't aware of, that maybe there are other priorities that the public put forward, or maybe as part of the strategy that we're doing to make beach access to the disabled part of that money may better be spent going towards Ramsgate, and then we could in this budget do both. But that's my position, that broadly supportive of what's there, but I'm actually going to abstain to give the Cabinet the room to respond to the Green Group.
You're free to abstain, but what you're doing is voting to add the recommendation to send to Cabinet. So whether you want to add this recommendation...
Do that without my vote. I think that's what the panel can do.
And it's, you know, it's a yes, or do you want to send it to Cabinet, or do you do not? I mean, that's up to you.
If I wanted to send it to Cabinet, I'd be proposing an amendment to it, but I think that would defeat the point. That's what I'm saying here, is I would add an amendment saying we should consider this as well as other outputs from the budget consultation, the other projects that went through the Star Chamber, and other matters that Cabinet were considering and didn't have the budget for. If there is additional funding available, while this is a good idea, I don't have the broad input as to what was next on that list. So my suggestion to you to make this simple, rather than me trying to amend it to a point where I find it acceptable to support it, I'm going to abstain on that. So, you know, and I'm sure there will be enough votes for it to go to Cabinet and to get, but just to explain my position, I don't oppose it, but I'm not voting for it, otherwise I would want to amend it, which I don't think we want to do.
Understood. Okay, so proposed and seconded. Can we have a vote on, do you want to add this recommendation to the recommendations that we sent to Cabinet? Show of hands, please. Up in the air. That's it. 1, 2, 3, that's 8, 9 with me. And 1 abstain. Okay, so that's carried, so that's going to be added to the recommendations.
Thank you very much, everyone.
So is there any other comments you want to make on the budget? Councillor Daly.
At the risk of repeating myself, but I did make this comment, but I do think we should, I'd like to recognise the excellent work that Mr Blundell and Mr Sanham have done, in particular foresight from a couple of years ago when I know that some money was shunted around to take advantage of the rates that were available on our investments and things, which I do believe has made the difference between us getting there with this budget and not. So I'd just like to recognise their excellent work on that.
And I'm sure we all agree. Okay, so members, you want to speak again?
I've got several points, I'm afraid. Yeah, because obviously we covered off the amendment, but we haven't actually asked questions on the budget. So I'll try and get through them quickly, Chair. On the pensions change, which has obviously given the biggest boost to the budget, the period lasts until 2029. Is that right? This review till 2029, the figures. So obviously we don't think this council is going to exist in 2029, but we can't assume that in our medium-term financial plan, and we still have to assume we're a going concern, etc. What do we think is likely to happen in 2029? Could this be reduced? So therefore, we're going to build up loads of spending on the back of these reduced pension contributions, and actually this is a temporary 3-year change where, you know, the actuaries have recommended, because there's a surplus in the fund, that you can reduce it for a short period, but then it will actually go back. Because that might be my concern, that we're treating that as if that's an ever revenue source, but actually it could go the other way, and if we were going to carry on, that could be a problem.
It could go It could go up, down, left, right, sideways. In terms of the contribution rate, it's a risk that would need to be managed. But I would be surprised if it goes back up to where it was before. Primarily because the main change that has resulted in the reduction in the interest and the contribution rate is that we're in a very different interest rate environment. The way I'll try not to get too techie, but when you look at a pension liability, they're paid out over a number of years, and you do something called discounting to get them to a current value in today's money. Because interest rates now are much higher than they were 3 years ago when we had rates around 0.1, you apply a higher discount rate, which effectively reduces the value of those liabilities in current terms. So unless we end up in a situation where interest rates are back down between 0.1 and 0.5, we're unlikely to see rates jump up back to where they are now. That doesn't mean it can't happen. It could. It's a possibility still. But I think we're probably, given all the forecasts that we've got with the Bank of England, we're probably looking at the long-term interest rate, base rate, being closer to 3% now. We had a period post financial crash where we had really cheap money for about a decade. I would be surprised if we see that for another generation or so.
Jumping around a bit, asset disposal. So this year, we as a scrutiny panel were put in the position of discussing asset disposal on the Piermont Park Depot without opening up that issue, Chair. I don't think any of us want at nearly 9 o'clock to open that up. But in that discussion, we have a target to hit. And it was very unclear where that target came from, because we're talking about an asset that, Councillor Garner at the time was almost suggesting from the discussions he'd had from the town council that I don't think TDC were fully aware of the value and the potential opportunity there, a year, 18 months before, when you might have been thinking about targets for your sort of capital allocation there. So my question is, you've got a figure in here. Where's that come from? How realistic do you think that is? And if that doesn't happen because of public pressure, the Cabinet can't dispose of something, or they change their mind, or they do it in a different way because they want to involve the community, what happens if we don't hit that? Because I'm certain if we pass this month, that when asset disposals come up, we're going to go, well, we set a target now that we've got to get rid of stuff. So I really want to understand where that's come from, so that when we consider this in the future for asset disposal, in fact later on this agenda, we can sort of say, well, we did all understand what we were setting in the budget. We do all understand where that's come from, because it's not clear to me where that money's coming from and what it's being used for in these documents.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. I would say that asset disposals are probably the most challenging thing this council is going to be asked to deliver over its remaining term. Some other councils, particularly upper tier ones, have really difficult savings programmes to deliver, whether that's withdrawal of respite services or closing community centres. What this budget is basically predicated on is a significant de-risking of our asset portfolio. There's a figure in the budget at the moment of somewhere between 1.25 and 1.35 million per year. That's based on the figures we need to finance the capital programme that's presented at the moment. However, we know that the value of the maintenance backlog in our asset estate is way in excess of that. So we need to dispose of close to £6 million in order to address all of those liabilities. And actually, if more high-risk issues come to the fore, that figure could increase further. The figure that is in the budget at the moment, that effectively, to balance the budget as it is at the moment, the capital programme, we need to sell £1.25 million of assets per year. To do everything that we need to do over the medium term, you're looking at more like 6 million. If we don't get near that figure, what you have to do is not deliver the stuff that's in the capital programme, because to finance it otherwise, we don't have the reserves available to do it from revenue, and we'd need to take on borrowing otherwise, which would incur revenue costs and therefore would make the revenue budget unbalanced. So the only place to go would be not to do some of the things that are in the capital programme at the moment.
And can you either, maybe not now, but can we receive sort of that 2 to 3 year plan of what assets we're going to invest in? Because I've got to obviously follow this stuff closely, and we discuss it in our group and here in governance and audit and at full council. I don't fully understand what's being funded out of grant funding, what's coming out of various different pots. And so on this very specific thing, I think it's really helpful for us as councillors to say, if we don't sell these lists of assets, these are the things we can't do. It's just explain, and we can explain that to residents. And that was going back to the Piermont Park Depot. It's a very different conversation if you say to people, look, we need to sell this asset so that we can fix all of the toilets. And again, I don't know whether that's linked to this. It completely changes the narrative. And I don't know whether we're allowed to make those connections, but if we can, we should. So I think it helps to explain it rather than it just being a target.
Sorry, Chair. Just in relation to the point in terms of identifying what's being funded from disposals, what's being funded from borrowing, the annex to the report, Annex 1, actually specifies as part of the table what's being funded from grants, what's being funded from borrowing, what's being funded from receipts. So that detail is actually included within that report. The large chunk of the financing that you're talking about, which is, where we say there's a target, is effectively £5 million over 4 years, which is from disposals specifically for a property enhancement programme. So that is to invest back into our properties. So you'd be talking about disposing of assets with a specific intention of ring-fencing those funds for reinvestment in our estate, so that the estate that we have remaining is fit for purpose and is doing what it's meant to be doing. In simple terms, if we didn't dispose of those assets, or we don't dispose of any assets, we won't have like Chris has said, we'd have to make a decision. We either don't deliver the enhancement programme because we haven't got the money to be able to deliver it, or we'd have to look at an alternative in relation to borrowing. Borrowing comes at a revenue cost, which we'd need to be able to facilitate. So, and Andrea wants to come in as well.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to highlight a very important element within the Property Enhancement Fund, and that is to fund the health and safety works and the compliance works required to our buildings. The new legislation that we've got on several fronts means that there's an increasing burden on property compliance. The statutory functions, the statutory streams of compliance that all of our assets need to comply and be safe for members of the public, users, occupiers, our own staff. Otherwise, with just one of these streams not being compliant, means that we are open to huge risks and liabilities from a health and safety point of view. And the compliance backlog that we're trying to do, the more work you do, the more reports you commission, the more works come to life, the more recommendations. So as we are advancing through our planned preventative maintenance program, we are discovering more and more work and more recommendations from experts that we need to deliver within our property to make them compliant. So the Property Enhancement Fund it's there because we must have it in place in order to have safe assets. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for the explanation. Can I suggest that once the budget process is done, maybe in a couple of months, we have an agenda item on this? So I think it would be interesting to dig into, because if the argument is that we need to dispose of these assets to protect the public and our staff, I think that's a very easy argument to make. I just don't fully understand the ramifications of that. And going back to the risk side, it sounds like it's not really a choice. So like if we don't sell these assets, we're going to have to find the borrowing or take it from the reserves anyway, if it's health and safety, and we have to do it from a compliance perspective. So it sort of raises the question if it's the most risky part that we're going to have to do, and it's something that we're going to have to do, then there's a potential that we're not going to meet that, and therefore we're going to have to find that money. And I'd just like to understand that risk a bit better, Chair.
So is decarbonisation and net zero, is that coming from the sale of assets as well? Is that where?
No, decarbonisations and net zero are separate completely. We just have some EPC work, but that's minimal because we're quite good on compliance for EPC at 98-ish%. These are strictly coming from asbestos, fire regulation, electrical safety certification, the kind of Legionella tests, etc. EPCs and decarbonisation don't feature in here, but they're negligible costs.
Sorry, Chair, if I could just add to that. In terms of decarb work, usually the majority of the works are grant funded from central government. We usually have to provide a match fund, but we would typically only go ahead with that if the energy savings that we would generate from doing the works will pay back our match element.
Councillor Wing.
It's quite interesting what Councillor Scobie says, because it would be interesting to bring it back, because how do we make the decision as to what assets we're getting rid of? And I know we've got a list of assets, but are we grading those assets in terms of green they're okay, amber they need some work, red they're in danger? And it would be really interesting to see that, because I think part of the problem when we dispose assets is the way we communicate or don't communicate to residents. They only see an asset being sold, they don't see why that asset's being sold. It'd be also quite interesting to understand how we select the asset to be sold. Is there a rationale or a hierarchy? Are we getting rid of something because the risk is great, so we just get rid of that so it reduces costs? So I would welcome it coming back with greater detail as well to try and understand it better.
Is everyone in agreement that we put that on a future agenda? Lots of nodding heads. Yeah, okay, we'll look at that.
Okay, thank you. And I'll try and speed up a bit, Chair. I've got one sort of broad point and then the smaller point. I'll deal with the smaller point just first. Digitalisation, that dreaded word is in there. And I think we've talked about this in the past, Colin, it's been part of 10, 15 years worth of council sort of documents. We're going to get these savings from digitalisation, make the changes, the savings never come. Please tell me we're not assuming we're going to get savings from digitalisation this year.
We have a target that we look to save £50,000 a year from digitalisation of processes, which is a really small figure in the grand scheme of the £30 million net budget. What we're actually doing next year is putting more money into digital transformation, ICT. There's been a legacy issue with certain contracts that weren't uprated in terms of the budget position when the shared service came back in house, and 350 has been allocated to the ICT service next year to make sure the budget's in the right place. What we're also doing is looking to put money in the budget through a capital contribution in the first year and then a revenue contribution in the following subsequent year in 27-28, because we know it's likely we're going to need to move to Microsoft 365 in advance of local government reorganisation, because all our partners are operating on that platform. We need to make sure staff are familiar and comfortable operating in that environment before we transfer to the new unitary authority.
Thank you. And then final point. So biggest part of this budget the last couple of years has been the overspends. So we've got it wrong 2 years running. And there's very good reasons for that. I don't think it's anybody's fault. This is just, it's huge risks have come along and lots of things have happened. I question how much we put in and whether it's enough. So again, going back to that theme I said at the start, where I think we are doing a lot of the right stuff, but then there's like a 50-50, we probably shouldn't allocate more money, but there's other things we want or we need to do, so therefore we're going to try and do both. And it opens up the possibility that if we're wrong, we have to eat into the reserves again or make some very, very difficult decisions. So I was trying to track this and just to try and get in the right point. So 25-26, our current budget year, we increased the budget for homelessness by 550,000, I think was the figure. For housing benefit by 300,000. I think cleansing stayed static, rough figures up. And we were wrong to the figure of 3 million, just shy of 3 million. And the year, sorry, yeah, 2 million is it, sorry, 1.9 million. 2.9 million, thank you. And the year before we had built-in increases and we were wrong to the theme of even more. So we've increased for this year cleansing by 500,000, housing benefit by 500,000, which both sounds about right, and homelessness increased by 200,000, is that right? Do we think that's enough? So that's an extra 1.2 million, but the year that's just finishing, we've overspent in those areas. I know there's some port expenditure in there as well, overspent by 2.9 million. Again, it just sort of feels, I would have expected that we're including the vast majority of this year's overspend, but the very fact it's happened 2 years of that magnitude in this year's numbers. For there only to be 1.2 million, I know that's a lot of money in a base budget, it feels a bit light, and it feels like we're potentially opening up the possibility we could be wrong again. And I can see the figures in there around temporary accommodation and the work that's being done on the cleansing side around sickness rates. I can see that all of the language is right, but we can't be wrong this year. And I think, again, we may have left ourselves a little bit light.
So just on I agree, but if I take them in turn, housing benefit is one that you really can't fix apart from just throwing money in it. It's just the way the system works. So you're correct. The difficulty we have is in terms of when we set the budget in the last couple of years, we've been informed pretty much primarily by the mid-year position, with a little bit of light touch monitoring around high-risk areas in between going up to this point in time. And So if you go back to quarter two of last financial year, we were expecting an overspend. We were projecting it. It just was not of the order of magnitude that it translated to at outturn. So I believe it was £1.2 million at quarter two last year, where it actually resulted in something that was closer to 4. We've been much more proactive this financial year in terms of the monitoring that we're undertaking, not just on those high-risk areas, but across the board, which gives me assurance that our monitoring position is much tighter than it was this time last year. That said, you've still got to look at how much we're spending across some of those areas and what our forecasts are and what we're putting in for next year. So HB I'm comfortable with. We still could be wrong on HB because it's a volatile service area. We had a budget monitoring meeting on it this week actually, and at the moment we're looking like it's going to come out at that £500,000 mark, but it could be 300,000, it could be 700,000 pound on HB. There's just that level of volatility with it, and we've always managed that historically through an equalisation reserve that we have, because there's overs and unders typically from one year to the next. But I feel £500,000 is the right amount to be putting in for next year. In terms of agency, that's an area where we've been overspending in the region of £700,000 due to sickness and other demands that have been placed on the service in terms of extended seasonal operation, peak season. There's £400,000 of additional resource. 100,000 of that 500,000 actually replaced some grant funding. So there's actually 400,000 of additional resource that's gone in there. But on top of that, there's a lot of proactive management measures that are being put in place to get those sickness numbers down. So the 700,000 figure at the moment that we're looking at is based on an average of around about 25 to 26 days sickness that's been taken in cleansing services. We had GPC last week where they approved some changes to the sickness triggers that will result in formal HR intervention to encourage people's return to work. That will allow tighter grip there. There's now a full complement of the management team in the cleansing services, which hasn't been there for a number of time, that we've got confidence that we'll be able to get on top of that, particularly with the supervisors and the return to work interviews. And also we've got an improvement manager that's going to be really heavily digging into a lot of the data that we've got. We've been looking at a corporate management team. There's things that most organisations will look at. Monday, Fridays are the typical things where you think people may be inadvertently or inappropriately taking sick leave, but there's other things that we're starting to delve into. Whether sickness rates goes up after an officer or an operative has used up that whole annual leave allowance for the year is an indicator that sickness may not be genuine, and we need to look into that a little bit further. So the budget at the moment, the allocation that we've got in there is based on getting those sickness days down to about 18 next year, which is still too high compared to where we want it to be. That's not where we want to end up, but it's manageable with the resources that we think we put in there. I should have also referenced an extra HR officer that we've got in there that's looking at particularly long-term sickness cases. I've also got some comfort when we've looked at some of the data. There's been other areas that have had high levels of sickness in the past. Tenant and leaseholder services was our second highest until recently, but they've managed to resolve a number of long-term sickness cases, and they're now one of the lowest in the council. So with some focus and targeted intervention, I'm confident that we'll be able to achieve a similar sort of level of success, albeit it's not going to happen instantly, and I think 18 days is a realistic target, and we put some contingency in there to allow for that. But if it doesn't, and we're still stuck at 26 days next year, there's going to be a problem that we need to manage in the budget, and that may mean that we're not able to do some of the things that we want to do in order to deliver the budget. And also in terms of the spending controls that we've got in place at the moment, so there's this weekly meeting that we have that's £10,000 of any order that's raised. Myself, the Chief Exec and the other two directors review that. That will stay in place until September, when I've got comfort after the first quarterly monitoring that we're on track to deliver a balanced budget. If there remains a problem at quarter one, we'll be looking at further measures to make sure that next year's budget is balanced. One of the problems that we've had this year is that by the time the size of the issue for this year's forecast was identified, lots of the levers that we had to pull were no longer available because we were already through the peak season in terms of cleansing and the summer season, beach cleansing, etc., etc. We're on the front foot this year, so I'm confident we've got the tools in place to, at the very least, identify those issues really early. And I'm not saying they can be completely contained with all the measures we've got in place, but if they're not, we'll be able to take other action earlier. Finally, and I think the one that you've got most concern around is on the temporary accommodation. What I would say is there's not a lot of revenue money going in there, but there is £20 million worth of capital expenditure that we're putting into the budget, which is the primary measure that we're looking to bring down those TA costs. So through our expansive TA direct acquisition and provision programme, that will bring those unit costs down. There's also been heavy investment in the service over the last couple of years. Bob may want to talk about this more in terms of the projections, but as you've seen in the report, we are on track at the moment to hit those. And actually our target for the end of next financial year is to get that down to 170. And if we can hit that, that's also aligned to the number of TA units that we expect to have on our own stock, which will not only hit our budget targets, but actually mean we can say with certainty that the vast majority of TA placements will be in district, because there shouldn't be any need for us to place any of those households outside our own stock. But Bob, I didn't know if you wanted to come in any more, particularly on the resilience and sort of robustness of the sort of TA projections that we've got.
Yeah, I think I'd be happy to comment on that. I mean, as Mr. Blundell said, we're regularly monitoring these budgets that have been overspending and looking at the projections and all the management actions that we're taking. I think the homelessness budget in particular, we saw a significant spike in the number of people that were placed in temporary accommodation in the 23-24 period. That led to those overspends that you've referenced. 16 months ago, I've got the figures here in front of me, we had 319 households in temporary accommodation. Which was, you know, at the highest point, 319 households. A significant proportion of those in nightly paid accommodation. So that's in the private sector, where we're paying a nightly rate to a private owner, and then we're claiming back a charge from the resident that's equal to the local housing allowance rate. So now we're down to 215 households in temporary accommodation, and of those 58 are in our own properties that we've been acquiring through the TA programme. That programme has got an additional 20 million capital this year, and it had a similar figure last year, which has enabled us to acquire those properties with a target of 170 units of TA in our own ownership. And we're well on target to do that. Every unit that we provide ourselves means that it's one unit less that we've got to procure from the private sector. So it's cheaper for us to do it. But it also, and I think it's really important to say, it also impacts on the housing benefit deficit budget position, because housing benefit subsidy for private sector temporary accommodation is restricted to the 2011 local housing allowance rates. So there's an immediate deficit there, which I think it's something like half of that 500,000 expected overspend on housing benefits is related to private sector temporary accommodation. So the more we deliver this programme, the more that figure will come down. Another figure which I think it really shows the progress that we've made in this area. 16 months ago, the average waiting time for families in temporary accommodation was 280 nights, and we are now down to 146 nights as the average waiting time. So both reduction in number and the time that people are waiting to move out of their TA is having a really big impact on the budget. It is still a high-risk area. It's still on our risk register. I'm not going to say there's not going to be another shock in this, in homelessness, because clearly there could be. But certainly on the trajectory we are on at the moment, I think we feel optimistic that we'll be able to turn out in budget in 26-27.
I'm sure people want to move on, but I just wanted to make a final comment and say this is a really good budget. This is far better than we were expecting. Lots of positive things. The fact we've been able to take a lot of that risk and put that into the base budget, I think is great. And all of those answers completely gives me confidence. The thing in the back of my head is if I'd have asked you a year ago, you probably would have given me confidence. If I asked you 2 years ago, you would have given me confidence. It's not what's in our control. We've got a great team. It's what's happening outside of that. And to your point, Mr. Porter, there are shocks out there. And I think local government reorganisation is going to bring a load of other ones. And I think if there's one criticism I can make on the budget, and maybe that this was the only choice we had, it just feels too optimistic. And with some of the language in the budget around the situation we're put in, without our financial resilience now, that's the only sort of point I could make. But I think a lot of really good work's done and has been done, and I think we're all going to support it. It's just I hope that the next year's a little bit more stable compared to the last couple of years, because there is no more money.
Councillor Wing?
I congratulate the housing team, because we mustn't forget the human cost of A, being in temporary accommodation, but then being in temporary accommodation out of area. We've had several residents, and some of them don't recover from being shifted out of area. Now, if you want to monetize that, then it's probably significantly more than the deficit we potentially have. So I think we have to congratulate not only the budget but also our housing team for making 50% cut in the number of people that go out of are in temporary accommodation out of area. I think that's a pretty remarkable thing to do. So
yeah, I think we all agree with that.
Chair, would you mind if I made a quick comment on that?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Just because I have actually got the figures, and when we started on the delivery of our in-house temporary accommodation programme, we had 170 households in temporary accommodation outside of Thanet, which, the huge human cost, as you say. And we are now down to 37, which, I think is a huge credit to the team that are doing that work.
Yeah, well done everyone. Okay, got a lot to read out. Okay, the recommendations for consideration for the budget 26-27 are as follows. That the draft 26-27 General Fund Revenue Budget be recommended to Council for approval, subject to consideration of any recommendations arising from the Overview and Scrutiny Panel. 2, that the 26-30 General Fund Capital Programme be recommended for Council for approval, subject to consideration of any recommendations arising from the Overview and Scrutiny Panel. Number 3, that Cabinet notes that the mid-year financial strategy update will be presented in September 26, following the anticipated ministerial announcement. This will align with the Council's financial plan, with confirmed LGR implementation timeline and quantified transition costs for the 27-28 budget cycle. And 4, that the Cabinet notes that the political leadership is formally to request in letter to Government a review of the homelessness support funding allocation for Thanet. And 5, that Cabinet notes the budget consultation process. And 6, that the flexible use of capital receipts policy as attached be recommended to Council for approval. So they're the recommendations in the report. Do we all agree with those? Can we just have a show of hands? Yeah. Okay, that's unanimous. And then we've got the recommendation that we've agreed and been proposed and seconded, and we've said we're going to send to Cabinet, and that's been drafted by the Green Group, and that recommendation is that Cabinet introduce a 1-year resident income maximisation trial working with policy in practice at a total cost of £90,000. External funding at TDC Finance as identified and can be redirected to the Boardwalk scheme, freeing up funds from the £180,000 to introduce this scheme, and that's already been voted on. So that's done. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Chris, it's gone. It's gone. Okay. Right, moving on to item 9, which is the residential parking policy. Penny.
Thank you.
Sitting quietly.
before I start, could I just come back on something that was talked about earlier around the financing of parking? Just to say, part of the parking strategy was to look at how we do our parking fees and charges, so whether that's zoned or areaed or things like that. So that piece of work is currently ongoing, and it will come back to the panel at some point in the future. So just wanted to let you know that it hasn't been forgotten about. It is on the radar to be done. So.
Am I right in saying that the parking strategy is an ongoing piece of work that's continually updated and okay, fine.
Constantly working on different things from it. Hence this piece of amazing work. But I do have to apologise because having just read the covering report, apparently this is going to Cabinet on the 25th of September. So I am sorry. It is not. It's going on the 16th of February. So I would welcome your feedback on the draft residential parking policy. I think for this it's important to state that this policy is not purely about the introduction of residential parking permit areas. This is about residents, how parking restrictions, including double yellow lines, on-street pay and display, disability parking, bay markings, it covers the whole lot. So it isn't just about permit schemes, and I think just want to make that quite clear at the start. It is about how we manage on-street parking as a whole, making sure it's fair, evidence-based, and that it supports both the needs of the community and the wider council objectives. So we, as you'll see, we're bringing this late last year. However, we went out to consultation. We received not as much consultation response as we did last time, but didn't expect to get 5,000 responses on this. We received a fair amount, I think it's 70-something in the end, all of which were positive on the introduction of the policy. The one thing that came back unanimously through pretty much every response was it doesn't take into account the view of the individual. So we do state in there that people would need to make representations through, let's say, formal requests for new parking, say new resident parking schemes, so this would be permits, via a petition or via their local councillors, residents groups, parish councils, or multiple residents. And the feedback is that we should take each individual resident's concern. I am proposing that we include that in there. It will delay the overall look at proposals, because we will have to then, before we go out to look at the formal, we will have to go out to all of the residents in the area to see whether they are supportive, because we cannot introduce a residents parking scheme based on the views of one person. So it will add like an extra layer in. So it just changes the trigger phase if you're actually looking at the policy directly. So we will sort of add an informal layer in to talk to other residents and the ward councillors to gauge the support before we start the formal process. So yeah, I don't know if anyone's got any, I'm sure everyone's got loads of questions. I know, I can see the back row. But yeah, really appreciate your feedback, and then hopefully you'll be able to support it going to Cabinet with any changes potentially. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Okay, speaking under 20.1, I have Councillor Manners first.
Thank you, Penny. Thank you, Chair. I really welcome the clarity provided by this proposed resident parking policy. Overwhelming summer visitor numbers in Cliftonville East, particularly in the Botany and Fourness areas, cause significant problems. Blocked roads make access impossible even for emergency vehicles. I believe the majority of residents in these areas are broadly supportive of a pragmatic and well-designed residents parking scheme that balances local needs with road safety, access, traffic flow and support for the visitor economy. This was overwhelmingly evidenced by the petition organised in 2020 by the Botany Bay Parking Solutions Group. The proposed policy appears to aim at ensuring that future resident parking petitions are given proper consideration. I urge the Council to ensure that evidence-based consultation always takes into account wider contextual factors, including, in particular, the success or otherwise of the proposed seasonal yellow lines at Botany and, I understand, nearby areas, including potentially parts of the North Down Park estate, and other measures that might be implemented in the nearer future by the JTB. I note that financial viability, including cost recovery, is a factor within the proposal. And whilst this is important, I trust that it will not outweigh the serious risks residents face when emergency access is blocked. It should go without saying, and I recommend that the Overview and Scrutiny Committee remind Cabinet that residents' and visitors' safety must always take precedence over cost considerations when we're looking at the merits of a resident parking scheme. Finally, ask that Cabinet explore. I've asked this before, and to my mind, it doesn't make sense that we have so much demand for on-road parking, and yet we're not able to monetize it to benefit the local, to benefit the council. But I'll ask that Cabinet explore in discussion with our Westminster representatives whether a portion of on-road parking revenue could be ring-fenced for discretionary use by the council to support local services such as public toilets, lifeguarding and other visitor infrastructure. With growing visitor numbers, expanded controlled and resident parking seems inevitable. The current restriction on the use of parking funds for the community does not make sense. My understanding is that under current legislation, all revenue, apart from enforcement costs, is directed to highways. Please correct me if this is mistaken. If so, a legislative change may be needed to better support areas like Thanet, which rely heavily on their visitor economy. But thank you very much.
Do you want to come back now, or should we let them all speak first?
Do you want us to just cover that one off quickly?
Sure.
I'm going to refer to Max. He has way more knowledge on this than I do.
So in relation to the ring fencing, it's not ring fenced in the way you say. The Road Traffic Act regulations effectively say that it's available for transport and environmental related issues. So it cannot be used for toilets and stuff like that. That's a legislative thing. It's not a decision that KCC specifically have taken. It is laid down in law what you can use parking income for, specifically moreover around fines. What we do is it does benefit the council. So when you say on-street parking has no benefit to the authority, it does. Because of the way we manage the service, there's effectively a charge for the provision of staff that manage the on-street provision, which frees up money in the off-street provision, which allows us to do stuff. We have a little bit more flexibility over that. But parking in totality is effectively ring-fenced. And I think Chris alluded to it earlier as part of one of the other conversations that was taking place, is that Audit specifically have challenged the use of parking income in the past, not just for us, but with other authorities. If we found to be in breach of the Road Traffic Act, and we've had multiple FOIs, and specifically we've had objections to the council in relation to that, we would be in trouble as a result of it.
That's why I'm suggesting that. Thank you for that. Yeah, and that's. Oh, is that all?
Speaking under 20.1, Councillor Munns.
Thank you, and I welcome the policy. I think the other concern the residents have, and the feedback I get, is enforcement. Where we are putting additional or new restrictions, parking restrictions, where there wasn't any previously, would we look to increase the number of enforcement officers as that restrictions increase across the Isle? And the other issue is the fine. At the moment, the fines are now probably lower than it would cost for a daily parking charge. So therefore, the appetite for receiving a fine is far greater. I note that Dorset Council in Bournemouth were under a scheme where they, via the government, where they allowed far greater fines to deter illegal parking. And I was wondering whether that's something that we can consider. And my final point is that having seen some of the restrictions that we've put in place, the closing the turnaround point at the end of Botany Road, it's interesting to observe visitor behaviour when that happens. And when we put new restrictions in place, can we review that after the season to see how successful it has been or not, to ensure that we actually, the restrictions are in place are actually working?
So yes, we would look to review the amount of enforcement we have based on the restrictions we've got in. That's the sort of thing that we look at over a period of time, see whether we've put enough in that would warrant having extra members of staff. And yes, we do review whether or not it works. So we've done that with, for example, the no waiting at Herbert Place, and we've had requests for that for deliveries in other places. It doesn't work, so we don't look to put it into other places. So yes, we do.
Okay, speaking under 20.1, I've got Councillor Thanet.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Betty and her team for the hard work they've been putting in, and I've learnt a lot from our meetings. Parking, as we always discuss, is a major issue across Thanet. And what's been going on with the consultations is actually now producing the opportunity to protect residents in areas, especially like Botany Road, and of course Mike gave us those lovely Lego blocks, which he reliably tells me are in storage and will be coming back. And also going into Palm Bay Estate. Now, Palm Bay Estate, there's a consultation taking place now, and hopefully, the seasonal yellow lines will be a benefit for everyone in the area. So I really do appreciate the efforts that are being put in, and I look forward to the summer where we can actually look and see how it's actually operated and what success we get from it for the future. Thank you very much, you and your team.
Okay, members, opening up. Councillor Wing.
Thank you. I mean, we really appreciate this in Central Harbour because parking is one of the hot topics. We get our ears bent quite a lot about it, but having walked my entire ward as well, it's also, it endangers pedestrian safety as well. As you well know, there are pavements that are not accessible. So I'm really glad the residents' parking scheme is coming forward, but I just wonder if we can build into it. There's no, because the other issue that Central Harbour residents bang on about is if they've got an electric car, there is nowhere. If you've got no drive, then you're stuffed. But there's a new gully EV charging, which is a little thing that just goes in the road that's been approved. I'm wondering whether we can put that in as an amendment here. I don't know how that happens.
There's
but
money through KCC, isn't there?
and there is money through KCC. So whether as part of developing perhaps a residents' parking scheme, because it's got to be resident-led, we can also look at installing some points. In London, they have them coming out of lampposts, even on my mum's drive, which is a cul-de-sac. She doesn't drive. But I'm wondering if we can prioritise some gully EV charging, the technologies. It's really weird because when you look at it, it's such a simple solution. You just dig a little hole and put this thing in and your lead goes through it. It's so simple. Google gully EV charging points. You will go, why hasn't anybody thought about this before? Because it is just a little groove that goes in the pavement from your gate to there, and then the lead fits in it. A little flap comes up, and you put your lead in there. Simple.
Let's hope nobody parks in your parking space. Anybody else?
Just to say that KCC are leading on that, and this specifically is not about EV, this is about the residents.
Councillor Davis?
Sort of it is residential parking related, but any regulation is only good as our enforcement, as I think we've said many a time. I've had a resident on the phone 3 times in the last week from Pegwell Road because she's now getting the transits and van lifers arriving in Pegwell Road because they've probably got a bit chilly where they're parked illegally all the time down on the Western Undercliff. I've done a survey of those vehicles down there and at least 3 of them haven't got MOTs on, so even if we can't get enforcement down there, then the police or somebody can do something about them. But where they've been asked to move on by residents, I believe, they're now arriving in the residential areas. Can we please do something that deals with the fact, because there's no overnight parking, particularly for campers there, and it needs dealing with, otherwise they're just going to migrate back up, and I don't want to spend the next 3 months listening to the residents that have had this issue before, just because these people think they can park where they like and do what they like. it's affecting residential parking. And I think we need to be much, much more robust in our enforcement of these rules, because this is why people think they can come and go and do whatever they want.
I mean, I can come back on that. We've not been made aware of Pegwell Road. As far as I'm aware, there aren't any restrictions on that road, so they are allowed to park there. If they're living permanently in one space, it would be an unauthorised encampment that KCC would deal with. If you're reporting it as parking, they will do. If they're living there permanently, it's an unauthorised encampment.
Okay, thanks.
Gypsy and traveller legislation, because we've got a caravan road.
All right, thanks.
Any other comments, members? Okay, so the recommendation is that the panel is asked to endorse the recommendation to Cabinet that the residential parking policy be adopted. Do we all agree? Excellent, thank you. Thank you, Penny. Okay, moving on to item number 10, which is the main office ground floor refurbishment. Call on Andrea to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. This report outlines a proposal for the refurbishment and reconfiguration of the ground floor at the Cecil Street offices in Margate. The Overview and Scrutiny panel are invited to scrutinise the proposal ahead of its submission to Cabinet on the 16th of February. As you may know, Cecil Street offices was constructed in around 1974 and has undergone minimal refurbishment since then. A 2024 condition report highlighted essential repairs to the building, which have now escalated to approximately £3.86 million. Following an accommodation review which was conducted in June 2025, the council officers determined that remaining at Cecil Street offices and refurbishing the space is the most cost-effective and long-term solution, specifically with LGR on the horizons as well. The current proposal represents the first phase of a sort of larger programme. The primary drivers for this project are primarily relocating Partnership 1 out of the Gateway building and into the main offices, which we are now finding has got a lot more available space than it did pre-COVID. The relocation of Partnership 1 will also suit them better for specific operational needs, and it will reduce the disruption to the public library services. We'll also be addressing recent safety concerns such as public tailgating. So the reconfiguration of the ground floor offices will entail installing a new internal access barriers and dual scan of the ID badges. This is also in line with the new Martin's Law legislation, which is coming into effect in the UK, which means we have to be aware of members of the public and officers who enter and exit the building. Currently, when someone enters, people can tailgate behind them, and we wouldn't know an exact number of how many people are in the building, and that is a requirement under new legislation coming in. It will also create a secure and bookable ground floor interview room, which is a dedicated space which will allow confidential meetings without requiring members of the public to be escorted through the main office areas. And lastly, this decision is brought forward because the building works contract is expected to exceed the £250,000 threshold for a key decision. Hence, Cabinet approval is required for the procurement and awarding of such a contract. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Andrea. Members, I'll take Councillor Austin first and Councillor Scobie.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Andrea. I don't want to be the sort of post-Christmas Grinch, but are we quite sure we need this with LGR coming, etc.? Are we expecting that there are still going to be staff based in this building? Is it premature to be doing this at this stage? I can see that there may be some alterations required to comply with the law you're talking about, but we have a ground floor interview room that's used within the multi-agency team area. I'm not sure why that can't be used. I'm just asking, are we sure that this is the time that we should be doing this when everything is still so up in the air with LGR and we're seeing changes happening on a daily basis with other authorities?
I'll just come back in on the bookable meeting room. That isn't compliant at the moment. It's not accessible by everybody. So this would create a room that's accessible for members of the public to come into.
Sort of linked to what Councillor Austin said. So following on from what Matt Sanham said earlier, this is funded by borrowing, according to the annex of the budget report. So this we're funding from borrowing, so 600,000. But for other capital projects we want to do, the 5 million over 4 years is coming from sale. So my question again is, if somebody says this has got to happen, that's fine. But it is a little bit, it feels the wrong way round in a way, that we're allocating 600,000 out of borrowing that has to happen for something that even the report says is, you know, we should be doing it. But then we're saying that to fund necessary health and safety improvements, that has to come from the sale of assets. Surely it should be the other way round. We should be doing health and safety out of borrowing that we know we've got in hand, and then doing something like investment in the ground floor of the council office, which is something that we really should do, but not necessarily health and safety, unless I'm missing something from the report, out of the sale of assets that we haven't identified, agreed, sold, and we can't properly value at the moment. Am I wrong on that?
So the 5 million that we talked about in the capital programme in relation to, there's a target attached to disposals specifically to deliver those works. They're not all health and safety. It's not that we're investing £5 million over 4 years in health and safety works. That's not to say that there isn't a sum included in there that's you know, would be priority. Like we said earlier, if we fail to deliver the disposals and there were health and safety works required, we'd switch funding around and we'd have to do it through borrowing, which is exactly what you're kind of saying. Over and above that, the accommodation project has now been in the capital programme for 6 years. So this was a scheme that's been sitting in there rolling in perpetuity, which was originally £3 million. So this is the revised scheme effectively. So when we looked at it originally, which is kind of what Andrea was talking about, they were looking at options for the potential disposal of this building and potential acquisition of another site and development. This is seen as the best option now for where we are and what we need to do. Some of the works that are being programmed in relation to this, and Andrea could talk to that more, are actually, again, they are compliance work, water, making the building watertight and various other different pieces, so bits and pieces as well. So they are essential works. The ground floor, there is elements of that is primarily driven by health and safety issues as well. So I think it's a mix, if I'm honest. But this is a legacy scheme that was originally 3 million that's been reprofiled based on what we think we can get away with doing at this particular moment in time, taking in context what you're saying around the budget and also where we are with LGR. So in my mind, based on conversations that have taken place previously, there isn't an option as to whether we do it really.
Councillor Wing?
I was thinking, thank you, I was thinking the same as my two colleagues that have spoken, but then I sort of focused in on the staff safety element of things. I've actually, because I worked with the task force when I was with Charlton, actually went into that side of things, and I've also brought residents onto the other housing side for interviews, and it's not appropriate. That I've never felt that the library side has been appropriate for doing that sort of stuff. So I sort of side on the caution of supporting this actually, and thinking it should have been done ages ago, because that side in the library is definitely not appropriate for what needs to be done for the work there. So I support this, and I think going forward that it could possibly be an investment, because I'm sure there's going to be a shadow implementation of at least a year if reorganisation goes ahead. And then if this building becomes surplus to requirements and is sold as an asset, then I'm sure that will end up paying off some of our debts and that move forward with us. Does that make sense?
Chair, I think the general consensus, so not specifically talking about from LGR or from a property perspective, but the conversations that are taking place across Kent, you know, vesting's not till 28, 29, that's 3 years away. Over and above that, you're talking about during that period of time, you're not going to be suddenly in a situation in 28, 29 where all of these staff have got to be relocated somewhere else. Realistically, these things take 3 to 5 years. There's going to be a hub of some sort probably required for a period of time regardless. Thanet, when you look at the other districts, if you look at what Dover have done with their offices and Canterbury have done with their offices and so on and so forth, we are the one with the most capacity to deliver what we need to deliver out of this site. I think it will actually present us with opportunities rather than risks, if you like.
I also think that even if we become a unitary authority, there is still going to be a need to have some services delivered here, and it's likely to be the sort of services that you're providing the new facilities for that are going to be the ones that could possibly stay here.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I'm minded to agree with sort of Councillor Wing and support it, obviously, if it's something we can do. It. Like I said, it just feels the wrong way round. Like, if we've got a project that we're going to borrow against, we've agreed we're going to do it, and it's going to happen. If we're basing a project on the need to sell an asset, there's a whole process on that. So, for me, and again, I take the point that you may reallocate things within that, and that can easily be changed, I'm sure. But it just seems that we're putting it the wrong way round, that something that, the alternative option, it doesn't say we'd be out of, any sort of compliance on this. It said, if the council decides against refurbishment, the main office's ground floor will be left as is. And obviously it's not going to be perfect, but effectively the report is saying it's unchanged. So surely we should be doing the health and safety work out of the borrowing and do this project when we've sold some assets. Because if we don't sell the assets, where's that money going to come from to do the health and safety work and the other things we want to do where we've already spent money on this that we borrowed? I don't know, it just feels the wrong way round.
Points taken. I'm sure, partnership one, the people we're in partnership with are the people we're going to be in unitary with. I think, there's always going to be a base needed for them, and like they said, Canterbury and Dover don't have any offices anymore, so it seems a natural thing. Anyway, so the recommendations are as follows. To approve the key decision to procure and award contracts to successful bidders for the ground floor redesign and refurbishment at the council's main office in Cecil Street, where it exceeds the key decisions threshold of 250,000. And the second one is agrees that the Director of Corporate Services and the Section 151 officer shall negotiate the final terms and sign the contract with the successful bidder. A proposer, please. You'd agreed, didn't you? Sure. And the seconder? There we go. And all agree? And we all agree. Perfect. Okay. Moving on to item 11, which is the evaluation of retention of disposal of 4 housing revenue account assets. Now, I have got to leave the chamber because I have an interest in one of the items, which is the 76 Canterbury Road, Birchington. So can I a nomination to someone come and sit in this chair? Councillor Britcher, do we all agree with that?
I was going to suggest Councillor Bright.
Would you like to come and sit here for the one item, Councillor Bright? And do we all agree with that?
Do we have a seconder for that?
Yeah, we've all agreed.
Oh, okay. Fine.
Thanks. I'll now call upon Ashley Jackson to introduce the report.
Thank you. This report proposes the disposal or auction of 4 housing revenue account units. These include 1 property, 1 car park and 2 freehold interests. All 4 of these units generate minimal income and the property is in a very poor condition, which requires over £88,000 worth of work to repair and refurbish. Disposing of these units at auction would generate income for the HRA, allowing the council to acquire further properties as part of the Accelerated Affordable Homes programme. The units are as follows. The property is 20 Bella Light Square, Ramsgate, a vacant 3-bedroom property that requires substantial maintenance to be made sufficiently habitable. The car park is located between 4 and 7 Danehill Row. The council's parking team have confirmed the location is not a parking area as defined by the traffic regulation order. However, it is currently being used as a car park by local residents. Council officers remain in ongoing discussions with the affected residents. The first freehold is 70 to 76 Canterbury Road, Birchington, containing 4 self-contained flats. And the second freehold concerns the Lees, Preston Road, Manston, containing 26 flats, all of which have full repairing leases. If sold at their suggested guide prices, the assets are expected to generate approximately $189,000 for the HRA. The Overview and Scrutiny Panel is being asked to note the following decisions being sought from Cabinet and to make any recommendations in relation to these matters that it considers appropriate. The recommendations to Cabinet are the council-owned property, 20 Lillibelle Light Square, CT11 8
HZ, freehold interest at the Lees Manston, CT125AS, and the freehold interest at 70 to 76 Canterbury Road, Birchington, CT79BB, and the car park on Danehill Row, CT91QW, are disposed of at auction, and the proceeds of the sale are reinvested in the Council's Accelerated Housing Delivery Programme as agreed by Council in July 2023. Thank you. Thank you for that. Do members have any questions to ask and or comments to make? Councillor Scobie.
I'm just going to move the recommendations, Chair.
Please could I have a proposer for that? Councillor Pritchard and a seconder? Councillor Austin. Okay, can we put that to the vote, please? Thank you, it's unanimous.
Thank you, Councillor White. Okay, moving on to item number 12, which is the asset management disposal of surplus property, and I'll call on Ms Blunt.
Thank you, Chair. Last item from me tonight. Regarding disposals, and this report specifically addresses proposed disposal of surplus property assets within the district. The primary objective is to invite overview and scrutiny panel to review these recommendations before they are presented to Cabinet on the 16th of February. The Council is currently facing a significant financial challenge following a £4.7 million reserve drawdown from 24-25 and a projected 2.9 overspending current year. General fund reserves are expected to also be at a minimum financial floor for March 2026. To maintain financial stability and fund the capital programme, the Council must generate a minimum of £1.25 million in capital receipts, as we've been discussing previously, within this financial year. Failure to meet these targets directly impacts the ability to maintain key operational buildings and deliver some of our statutory services. The properties identified here are considered surplus, underperforming, and carrying significant liabilities for the Council. The specific assets recommended for disposal or marketing include the former toilet block at Minis Bay, which is a proposed for open market auction as a redundant closed asset, and it's been closed for as long as I can remember. Then we have Margate Media Centre, which is proposed for open market auction due to high long-term repair costs, which were identified in a 2024 report, making the retention of this asset unviable. Then we have Vale Square Gardens in Ramsgate, which is a proposed sale via private treaty to the current licensees, the Residents Association, to protect community interests. Retort House in Broadstairs, following a recent and severe deterioration involving asbestos disturbance and structural damage, which occurred out of a sudden, circa 3 days before Christmas, whilst TDC were in the preemption period, thus committed to the acquisition nonetheless. And because of this, it's now considered that the asset is hazardous and uneconomically viable to retain. It is therefore recommended for an open market auction. Then we have the land at Minis Bay Restaurant, which is a proposed private treaty sale to the adjacent owner to rectify the encroachment issues. And lastly, we've got Marina Car Park 3 in Ramsgate, which is a recommendation to undertake a marketing exercise to explore what redevelopment potential this site could offer that would greater the economic and social benefits, more so than its current use. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Andrea. Speaking on 20.1, Councillor Yates.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Andrea. I'll keep it quick because of the time. It's just about the media centre. So, as a former mayor of Margate, we've had a lot of changes over the last few decades, and we were moved out of the mayor's parlour. We've now been moved out of the media centre at short notice. We are due to be a Shadow Town Council in June, July, pending a secondary consultation. And we currently, I believe, we don't have a premises. Has TDC actually provided like a quotation for the Margate Charter Trustees, soon to be Town Council, to use this building, or how are we, is TDC supporting the Charter Trustees at the moment with looking at alternative accommodations, because I think one could argue that there is a role for TDC to play in providing that accommodation, because as Charter Trustees we're not allowed to have a lease ourselves, so we kind of have to have some support on that. But that I might not be right on that, but that's just want some reassurance really. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Yates. Yes, so I can confirm the property team have had extensive discussions with the Charter Trustees, and I can confirm that officially a formal offer of accommodation within Thanet District Council's current premises has been made on the 28th of January to the Town Clerk, offering them alternative accommodation within this site.
Councillor Bright.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your report, Ms Plant. I understand it's important to dispose of surplus assets in order to reduce our mounting maintenance backlog, but I have some concerns about the disposal of Retort House in Broadstairs. I couldn't see anything in the report about Retort's value as an accessible community venue and indoor sports facility. I also noticed that the Equality Impact Assessment states that no groups will be affected by Retort's disposal. I think it's important to make the point that although the venue is currently vacant, the closure of the building did affect community groups who used it regularly until its closure in the middle of last year by the Town Council. As far as I know, a suitable alternative venue has not yet been found for those groups. I understand the building is in a rapidly deteriorating state, but I think it's also important to acknowledge the potential of this venue as a much needed, accessible, large, indoor community space. As far as I know, it's the only indoor sports hall of its kind in Broadstairs. Until the middle of last year, it had been used by a minis football team, a skate school, badminton groups, the Kent School of English, as well as for indoor markets, a self-defence workshop, and was historically used as a much-loved youth club. It's also recently secured a place in people's minds as the site of the beautiful Rise Up Residency, Selkie and Orca mural. Unfortunately, a great deal of investment is needed to save this building, but it has the potential to be an accessible sports facility in a prime location and a safe indoor space for young people, which would align with our active Thanet strategy to improve residents' health and well-being. How can we ensure that Retort House receives the investment it needs to bring it back into community use? Are there any grants or funding pots that could be explored before disposal, such as the Pride in Place money? If this asset must be disposed of, please can I recommend it's only marketed as a community venue to ensure it retains its value as an indoor recreational space? Thank you.
Are you putting forward a recommendation now? Or are you...
If that's possible.
Right, we'll come back to that in a second. Did you want to come in, Andrew? Anything? No? Yep.
Thank you, Chair. So there's a couple of questions there. I'm going to try to remember all of them. The sale, as the report recommends, there's no proposal that we sell it for any alternative use. We are simply looking at selling the building as is. There is no recommendation that we're looking to get planning or anything like that. It's just the building as is for its current established use, rectifying some of the access issues, etc. So it's just as is, whatever use it currently has been established in law. There was another question in relation to what sort of funding. The sudden events which happened in December meant that the roof has deteriorated to a point that members of staff from Broadstairs and St Peter's Town Council were no longer allowed to enter the building because of health and safety risks. That means that the next big storm that we are hit by could represent even higher risks. So timeliness is really, really key here, which is why we are proposing a disposal via auction, because that guarantees 28 days completion, which enables the site to be in private ownership with funds immediately available for its immediate use. What we can't do is we can't take too long on making decisions about this building because of the current state, which was not evident when we had the site valued and when we first looked at the preemption. It all happened after the preemption. As I said, I think it was like 2 or 3 days before Christmas.
Thank you. Yeah, it is. It's an awful situation. I totally understand that. So just to clarify, it will be sold as a community venue. So what I'm worried about is that a developer, if it's sold on as by auction, that the highest bidding developer will come in and then sit on it, and it will either just stand there derelict forever, or it will eventually get planning permission for flats. And I just think it's a terribly, it's a wasted opportunity. Also, if it is, if we put it up for auction and no one comes forward because of its state, is there an opportunity then to maybe explore funding as a sports venue in the future? Thank you.
Yeah, I can come on to that. Thank you. So if it doesn't sell at auction, yeah, we're going to be forced to sort of relook and see, the rationale as to why it hasn't sold, and that can open all sorts of avenues. But we need to try first and see what the outcome is. And in relation to putting a restriction, I think we are looking at the site, whatever it is in planning at the moment, which I don't know, because it was mixed. It's sometimes retail, because it was an escape room, and part of it was sports facility. So it's got a mixed use, but I don't know if that was ratified in law when the conversion happened under Broughton St Peter Town Council. I don't know if the change of use in planning happened. So we will need to look at that, and it will be form part of the due diligence as part of the auctioneer's pack. But we're not looking to change that use at the moment or spend any money on it, because we just need to act on it so quickly. We're not looking at changing planning permissions.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Pope.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Andrea. Yeah, I just want to confirm there have been conversations with you guys and the Charter Trustees, but for context, our current office space is 2 private offices and a boardroom and a large storage area, because we've got a lot of bits and bobs. And the space that we were offered here was 1 small office space, and I believe Thanet District Council has a statutory duty to house us. So can you confirm that a suitable space will be offered to us before it goes up for auction? Because, yeah, the space that we were offered here was not suitable.
I haven't yet had confirmation that the space isn't suitable. I've sent the email. I know there's been a viewing, so we've accommodated that. It's a conversation that we probably need to pick up. Ingrid, was there something you wanted to come in?
I mean, I'll have to check the position in relation to statutory duty. I'm not clear about that, but I am clear that an offer that was deemed reasonable was made, and obviously it's really important that you come back with any concerns so that they can properly be considered by the team. And obviously we've had separate discussions, and I'll pick those up with you later. Thanks.
Councillor Davis and Councillor Austin.
Just want to clarify a couple of points about the Vale Square Gardens disposal, because this has rumbled on for long before Ms Plant was actually employed by the council, because I was involved with negotiations some years ago with the residents. Whilst it's supposedly for the benefit of the residents, can I have comfort, please, and can we have comfort that the multiple conditions that apply to those gardens will be respected and enforced where necessary, because there are umpteen covenants protecting their use. They haven't been adhered to. The current licensee has run fundraising events on there that are politically biased, and yet it's council land. And it comes back to the same question as we had with Dreamland: what price, good faith? So could we please ensure that if that garden is going to be disposed of, and the question of raising money with it, it has such little value, it's only valuable to the residents. But there is a division amongst the residents in that square, because I've represented a number of them over this, and therefore could we please ensure that the condition on the sale is that all residents will benefit from it, and not just the select 1 or 2 that have managed to take over a residents association and run it not very well, to be honest. So I think there needs to be some very real conditions put on that to protect the interests of everybody, not just the select few.
I'm reading the report and it says due to the location and nature of the woodland is likely to be sold with restrictions on future use to protect community interests. I presume that's correct. Yeah, there you go. Are you happy with that? Andrew agrees, and are you happy with that? Because it's in the report. It's in the report.
They tried to launch an illegal forest school and all sorts.
Okay. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Andrea. I want to come back on the Marina car park in Ramsgate, because whereas some of the other areas are things that we need to get rid of and that, you know, we're better off without, this actually has potential to be something rather exciting. And you've listed some of the previous proposals, and at the moment there is a consultation going on online about the possibility of restoring it to a Lido. Which is getting huge amounts of enthusiasm. Obviously, it would need a vast amount of funding, but that is up to the organisation that is proposing it, if they're willing to take that on. I understand that it is still designated for mixed leisure use. Is that correct?
The current designation is as a car park. So under planning law, it's still a car park. What we are looking to is explore alternative uses that would benefit the community more than as a current car park.
Most things would, I think, really. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That reminds me of another question. We were told that assets that were being disposed of were those that were a liability, not producing a yield. Whilst it's underused and under-promoted, the Marina car park actually produces a yield from its ticket sales.
Only a tiny amount.
But I know it's a small amount, but it's still a yield. Would we not be perhaps better respecting our seafront offering, because we're trying to get people to visit here as tourists? If we destroy all the car parks along our seafront, then we're shooting ourselves in the foot potentially here. Again, that car park could be repurposed. The Lido idea appeals. There's been ideas for beach clubs, which I know David Green at one point was a great proponent of. I think that needs very careful consideration before we just get rid of all the facilities to allow people to park on our public, but near our public beaches.
There's 2 other car parks on that road.
Yeah, but are they not? Oh, okay.
I mean, again, Councillor Davies, I'm reading the report and it does say that there's a greater economic and social benefit by disposing it than keeping it. So I presume the amount that we're going to sell it for is going to be way in excess of 70,000, I would have thought. Do you want us to come back on that at all?
I was just going to highlight that this is a marketing exercise. This is the decision here is not to sell the site. We're not looking at a sale. We're looking to see, at the art of the possible, what new ideas our residents come forward, what developers may come up with a feasible, realistic proposal for the site. And once we've gathered all that information, we will come back to Cabinet, and that is the commitment that we're making in this report.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I mean, there's been some fantastic pictures on social media this week of what someone's proposing to do. I don't know how they're going to manage it. Councillor Scobie?
Just out of interest from that following, it's marketing exercise, but how many of these properties are factored into our capital receipts budget for this year, for like the next 14 months? Because it's very easy to say we're just trying at the moment, but like as Chris Blundell said earlier, this is a really challenging budget, so I'm assuming, yeah, we want to find some information about these, but I'm assuming all of these have got to go in the next 14 months.
Thank you. This Marina Car Park 3 is the only one that's a scoping one. All the other ones are for disposal to generate a capital receipt, which are forecasted in this financial year. Marina Car Park is the only one that we're looking to explore because it is a wider site and because historically there's been leisure mixed-use opportunities explored. We wanted to see what the consensus is from developers with the actual capital to deliver some of these projects.
Any further comments? Councillor Wing, sorry.
Thank you, and thank you. The forest school was in the top part of Val Square, so there's various sections to that bit of land, and it was actually the top part. And there is some conflict between residents around Val Square, so it is good to know that there will be some covenants to protect the land, although I don't think anything around, I think the one thing the residents have in common is they don't want to see it built on, so I feel quite confident that
despite the conflicts amongst the residents, that it is a protected piece of land. Going back to the car park, which has an alternative name for nighttime activities, which are leisure activities, but I'm not sure we can actually get an income from it, and I can't say that here. But if you're a local, you know what the name is. But I also think there was a previous. I'll tell you after. I also think there was a previous. There was a previous joint venture to put a water sports centre on that bit of land. So I welcome a scoping exercise to see what's there. I mean, it's really weird that I've done quite a lot of dinghy sailing, that we are the only town with a harbour that doesn't have a dinghy sailing school there. Broadstairs and Margate have got one, Ramsgate with the harbour hasn't got one. So yeah, I really welcome that. So, and again, having some beachfront leisure activities like they have in Australia all over the place would be really great.
Just wanted to clarify Councillor Pope's point, and you're absolutely right. The Council does have a statutory duty under Regulation 11 of the Chartered Trustee Regulations. So just to confirm that, thanks.
Thanks, Ingrid. Councillor Scurry.
On that basis, do we just want to add a proviso that we're recommending to Council that the media centre is up for disposal, but pending suitable relocation of the Chartered Trustees?
Andrew, it's probably better.
I think the report already covers that, so once vacant possession is in place, the disposal will go ahead.
Slightly separate point though, isn't it? That's saying that once it's vacant of any tenant, where there's a separate point here that the council has a responsibility to the Charter Trustee to find appropriate alternative, and from what Councillor Pope said, what's been proposed already is not appropriate. So it's just a little bit of a lingering doubt that we could approve this evening, but actually there's still an issue.
Just to sort of come back on that one, the main reason why we're recommending this building for disposal again is it's a health and safety concern. The building is just simply unsafe. That's why the Margate Charter Trustees are not working from there at the moment. They're working from home because the building is unsafe for human occupation. So that's why we are proposing this. So I appreciate there's a statutory function that we need to adhere to, but the disposal itself is strictly relating to this building, which is just unsafe for people to operate from. They're somewhat tangentially linked, but I don't think one decision will impact on the other. The health and safety element means that the Charter Trustees just simply can't use that building full stop. So the decision that we're asking for is, can we look at a disposal for the site so that we can relinquish that immediate liability and generate the capital that would help us with the other assets, and maybe within some of those assets there is space that we can identify. It does, just to clarify, we don't necessarily need to be just in this office. We can have a look at wider assets in private ownership as well as public sector ownership.
And all I'll say is we're not the decision-making body, obviously Cabinet is, so we're just saying to Cabinet, and hopefully that discussion could happen between now and Cabinet to find an alternative option. But if it isn't, I think it's still a lingering issue that should be considered. But yeah.
I suppose it is also just to reiterate the importance of, you writing back, Charter Trustees writing back in response to the offer that has been made. Yeah.
And just to clarify, just because you made the point that it's not just office space, it's storage of assets as well. Does this responsibility for Thanet Council to find alternative sort of premises also cover the assets? Because
I mean, I can tell you, I can read the regulation, I've got it in front of me. The relevant council shall provide accommodation for the proper discharge of the functions of any charter trustees, and it goes on. But so it extends to the proper discharge of functions.
Because that may be the issue, is finding a place to store all the assets, because if I remember correctly, there was quite a lot of valuable metals, let's say, that the Trust Trustees have.
Okay, so did you want to put a recommendation forward or not? Yeah. that you want to make sure that the charge trustees are well catered for.
But I think just before Cabinet makes their final decision, can they
More
be assured
negotiations.
that the Charter Trustees have an alternative location? And I think there's plenty of time between now and Cabinet for discussion to have. But if that isn't approved by them, we want Cabinet to consider that. I think that's fair.
I presume they're already somewhere because they've vacated, so they must be somewhere. They're not anywhere.
No, I think the point was they're working from home at the moment.
Yeah.
But all the stuff's in the
Okay.
building. So that's, you don't want to, yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. So let's go through the recommendations and then we'll talk about adding one at the end. Okay. The panel is asked to endorse the recommendations of Cabinet to approve the open market disposal of the former toilet block at Minnis Bay, to approve the asset disposal of the Margate Media Centre, Margate, and you want to amend that to say, subject to the accommodation being found for the Charter Trustees. Okay, we'll get that okayed in a minute. And to approve the asset disposal of the Val Square Gardens, Ramsgate, by way of private treaty to the current licensee. To approve the open market disposal of Retort House, Broadstairs, and approve the disposal of land at the Minnis Bay Restaurant by way of private treaty to the adjacent owner. And approve market exercise for the Marina Car Park 3, Ramsgate, and then report that back to Cabinet. So, do I have a proposer for those recommendations, please? Councillor Pope and a seconder, Councillor Britcher. Thank you. And do you all agree on that? And agree on, yeah, okay. All done. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, moving forward. Item number 13 is the lease for a fish processing plant and canning plant. Sorry, run out of steam. A lease for a fish processing and canning plant at the Port of Ramsgate. Tony.
Thank you, Chair. This report invites the overview and scrutiny panel to scrutinise, note and comment upon a proposal to Cabinet for the Council to enter into a lease negotiation with an operator who wishes to use the land at the Port of Ramsgate to operate a new fish processing and canning plant. The project involves granting a lease of approximately 2,200 square metres of land to a long-established commercial operator. The land will be situated to the north of the port and will be near to the roundabout at Military Road. While a previous December 2025 decision focused on short-term income through leases and licenses of 1 to 4 years, this specific opportunity requires a long-term commitment of up to 30 years due to the significant capital investment required by the operator. The lease will be based on commercial market terms and is subject to satisfactory financial and legal due diligence. A primary objective of the Port of Ramsgate Future Delivery Project is to end the current revenue deficit and establish a long-term financial viability. The plant would create local jobs, provide market rent income for the council, and reduce the environmental impact of transporting goods long distances by road. The operator has a licence that requires them to process shellfish products locally to where they are landed. The council anticipates approximately £10,000 in costs for professional valuations, legal and surveying work, which will be offset against the lease income. The tenant will be responsible for the costs associated with high electricity usage, suitable drainage and any necessary service upgrades. Cabinet are being asked to agree that the head of property should negotiate a lease of up to 30 years for the specified land at the port and finalise lease terms and agree the lease following the required due diligence checks. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tony. Members, Councillor Davis and then Councillor Austin.
Thanks for the report, Tony. Exciting times. And I know that certainly a lot of the maritime community are quite looking forward to this. Are we happy, and we'd like to see this happen successfully, are we happy that the infrastructure can cope with their demands, and particularly with the need for the flushing of the cockles and the amount of wastewater that will be produced from it? In addition to that, it just seems that we're on a very tight time frame to be ready for I think it said June, didn't it, for this year's season to start. But as I say, the reason I'm asking these questions, by the way, is because this has come up very quickly. There are people in the community that have raised these concerns. As I say, we're not being negative, and I think could be a real asset as part of mixed use on that site. But are we happy that we can comply with the infrastructure needs of this operation?
Thank you. So we looked at a number of locations within the port as to where best to place this. One of the key reasons why we placed it in the area that we're talking about is for the sewage locations and the ability to create infrastructure that would quite quickly be able to be created without there being much interruption to anybody else who was at the port. So that was one of the key considerations in that land area. So I think we're comfortable that at this stage, without doing all of the surveys and all of the planning permissions, we're comfortable that that seems to be the right location to make that happen. In terms of time frame, the company that we're talking to have indicated that they did a similar thing in another location in the same timescales. So they are at the moment awaiting our decision, and so once it goes through Cabinet, if it's approved, then they are ready to go in terms of starting those planning and surveying arrangements. And obviously the key thing is getting the head of property then onto the lease negotiations and stuff like that. But obviously until we've got Cabinet approval that this is a project and we can move forward, we're not doing anything. We're just at standstill at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Marlowe. Have we got anything resembling a master plan for the port? Because one of the concerns that's come up locally is the piecemeal allocation of sites, and whether by putting something in one place we're limiting other potential uses around that area, in exactly the same way as we have the situation with Brett's. We have an existing tenant and there are certain sorts of uses that are not going to be compatible with that. Residents, I know from what Councillor Davis has said, I've also spoken with various of the fishermen, etc., and they seem to be entirely happy with the idea, but residents are concerned, as they have been with Brett's, about noise, about smell, about those sorts of considerations. Do we have assurances that there aren't going to be any of those sorts of problems, and have we thought about who's going to be a neighbour to this canning operation, which is obviously going to be there for the duration?
So I think that was the second reason for the selection of the location. What we were quite keen to do was to make sure it's not in the heart of the port, but actually in an area where we felt it would complement the other things that might end up being in that scenario. The way we're looking at talking to the operator to design the site, it will be so that any entrances to any buildings will be on seaside rather than on land, on cliffside. So just to sort of mitigate as much as possible any noise implications. In terms of the fish facility, it will be shellfish. So we're confident with that scenario. The smell, obviously, there would be more concern if it wasn't shellfish, but as it's shellfish, we've looked at that. We're quite comfortable with that being not something that will be a smell encroach, but also we're looking at how we make sure that there's no noise encroach as well. I mean, the other thing to say is as well, which is that the planners will be looking at that as part of any planning permission that the operator would need to get in order to be able to sit on that land. In terms of, you talked about master plan, I think it's probably best if I pass that over to Mike, but just to say, from the work that myself and Matt are doing on the various approaches that we get, we're very mindful of the fact that there is a future delivery project that sits alongside what we're doing. So we're looking to place anybody within locations that won't impact on that future delivery project.
Sorry, Chair, could I just also add to that, if that's okay? Thanks. Yeah, I mean, and sort of going back to the Cabinet decision, which is about, well, there was one about, those short-term uses, and obviously what Tony's proposing here is a longer-term use of part of the port, but it's, it's really well aligned. This is maritime use on the port estate. But the other part of the cabinet decision around the port was about scoping disposal options and looking at and that includes things like the red line plan for disposal and things. That's all part of what we're planning to do. We're doing a piece of work at the moment around all the business interests in the port and making sure that we are as well sited as we can be in terms of making sure that there's compatible uses around the port, and that will feed into that piece of work on the scoping for disposal. But having this sort of business on the port is likely to enhance the value of the port, and future disposal options rather than detract from it. So, I mean, I think this is something that we're positive about in terms of having a long-term maritime use in that port environment.
Can I just come back and say, so from what you were saying, Tony, about the planning aspect, it will be possible at that stage to set limitations on noise, etc., and to make sure that there are mitigations within the building or whatever to limit noise and other impact, yeah?
I'll respond to that because obviously planning is in my area. So I mean, I think basically the answer to that is yes, absolutely. So part of the planning process will be considerations of any environmental impacts and any impacts on neighbouring residents, including noise and smell, amongst other things as well, traffic movements and all those sorts of things. So if there are any adverse impacts that are generated by the proposed use that can't be mitigated through design issues, maybe they could be mitigated in other ways, like restrictions on hours or restrictions on particular processes. So, but that would all have to be considered through the planning process, and they could either be resolved in the design and in the proposal themselves, or they could be resolved in terms of pre-start conditions or lasting conditions on use.
Councillor Wing and then Councillor Faruqi.
Yeah, I sort of welcome this, but I'm glad Bob was able to tell us that, because we sit here and we don't mind what's on that. I quite like the idea that we've got this heritage harbour and then we've got an industrial side of it. I lived overlooking it and I used to enjoy seeing what come in, including the derricks. They were quite interesting. But it needs to go through appropriate planning, and I think given the cement battery is roughly 350 metres away from the nearest residence, this is nearer to those residents, it's probably about 200 metres. The new development at the Undercliff is probably 100 metres, so it really is important that we do consider those residential properties there. It would have been quite useful to have a look at the building, because I've just Googled the Boston facility, and there seems to be an element of outdoor processing of cockles here, so it would have been quite useful to actually, but I guess that would be a planning issue, and unfortunately I sit on that as well. The other thing I'm worried about is water supply and also sewerage. We had that massive problem down on the Western Undercliff when the cafe there filled up with sewage, basically, and are we absolutely certain that the capacity on that Western Undercliff, given we've now got properties there as well, and we're going to be building up on that the capacity of access to water and getting rid of that water via the sewerage system, I'm assuming that's where it would go, it is there. I'm assuming that's something Southern Water would be able to tell us.
In terms of that, it's all part of the study work that needs to go on, and it's all part of the planning work that needs to go on. So all of that works will happen at the various stages of that project then becoming a designed project and a technical project. And of course, within that design stage and that technical stage sits the planning in the middle of that. So again, that will all be approved at planning. So Southern Water will be involved in that process. So as it stands at the moment, we believe that it can work, but that it needs to be properly surveyed for me to answer that question correctly.
We doing due diligence on the company to ensure that there's no sort of issues of compliance with health, because you're dealing with cockles, actually animals, fish, whatever you want. There's an extra element of health and safety on stuff fish stuff. So are we doing due diligence on that company to make sure they've always been compliant?
So we've already started some due diligence work. Sorry, it's not my best word to say. But there's still more to go, and so as the lease proposals happen and as we work through the process, we're going to be asking them for more information and more details. At this stage, we really need the cabinet decision one way or the other in order for them to progress that. And until we've got that cabinet decision, we've done the basics that we need to do to make sure that this is a potential scenario.
Before we go any further, we've hit our time limit of 10:30. So I'm going to adjourn the meeting for a second while we have a discussion. We've got to decide if we can conclude the business within the next hour, if we're to carry on.
Well, Chair, can I propose that we carry on?
Yeah.
I don't think we I don't think we all want to come back at 7 o'clock tomorrow.
A legal thing. We just have to agree. We don't want to come back, do we? So we're going to agree to carry on, yeah? And we must conclude by 11:30 at the latest. Okay, right, okay. Sorry, Bob.
I was just going to say that there's, as well as planning, there's some level of control about things like that through the lease. And obviously this report is looking to delegate that to the head of property and to negotiate in the same way as all the other leases that we hold and we offer. So that can include requirements that operators have all the necessary legal consents and permits to operate their processes, whether that's environmental permitting or planning consents and so on. So there's that extra layer of protection.
We'll take Councillor Faruqi, Councillor Austin and then Councillor Mackinson.
And my question was about the lease, actually. I was wondering whether, in terms of scrutiny, if the 30 years seems a bit generous, was that a request by the operator that it had to be that long? Because my concern is that if we find we're really not getting on with the operator, we're slightly stuck in.
So it subtly put us up to 30 years. We haven't as of yet got to a term. So the head of property will be one of their things that they will need to do. The reason we've put up to 30 years is because typically when you're building a building, you want a lease of around about that mark in order to get your return on investment. So that's why we've put that in there as being the number that we're looking at. But that will be negotiated as part of the lease negotiations.
Thank you, Chair. What the recommendation to Cabinet is to allow the head of property to go ahead and negotiate a lease. Is there a intermediate stage where we can say investigate what the impact of this installation is going to be? I'm still concerned about it being close to a very popular swimming beach. I'm concerned about it being close to potential new residents. Have we visited their facilities? Do we know how they run them? Have we listened to the noise? Have we all of those things? What do we know about this organisation and it's the likely impact of this before we start asking the head of property to negotiate a lease?
Well, one of the things I was going to say is that any lease for this is going to have to be subject to planning, because then obviously operator's not going to take a lease for a piece of land only to find that they then can't secure planning permission for what they propose to do, and those sorts of questions can be worked through during that process, which will include surveys and planning that Tony's talked about, but also the impact assessments and any conditions that are needed to manage and mitigate those impacts. They can all be teased out in that process as well. And then, obviously, if we get to the point where planning can be approved, then that would be the point where we would look to complete the lease.
Councillor Mackinson.
Thank you. Does the rather odd position of the tunnel and KCC and all that have any effect on this? Because presumably that's the way that lorries should go out, rather than along Military Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll answer that if that's okay. So, I mean, the tunnel is open. We know that as part of the work on the port, there's investment required in the tunnel for it to be able to accommodate the capacity for a cross-channel service, for example. It is still open. It needs to stay open because it serves that port estate, which I mean, obviously this is a new proposal for business down at the port, but there are plenty of other existing businesses that rely on that part of the road network for access. So, I mean, I think it's a valid point, but the tunnel is open. It's a public highway, and it needs to stay open to serve that part of Ramsgate, that part of the estate.
But it's not up to this council whether that tunnel stays open. It's the KCC tunnel who say they won't spend the money to make it safe. And it's a lot of money for someone else. Maybe the Unitary Authority will pay it. I don't know. It is actually stopping other things happening currently.
Yes, so the position at the moment is that, KCC haven't got or are not planning to make that investment, which we think was about £6 million in various upgrades to it, things like the fire protection and ventilation and things like that. So they're not planning, but equally the tunnel is still open. They're still maintaining it. They're doing their routine maintenance and managing the tunnel. So it remains open. It remains a public highway.
A very quick one, Councillor Davis.
Just a very quick one. I think I can possibly offer some comfort there because the normal size vessels that are catching cockles, you've got about a 16-ton catch, which would, so depending on the size of the lorries used, obviously, but if you took that as a load, you're not looking at hundreds and hundreds of vehicles or anything. It's not like the traffic off of a ferry operation or whatever. And as I say, you could argue number of vehicles depending on how it broke down, but I understand we're not looking at huge amounts anyway. So that in no way lets them off the hook about keeping the tunnel open so we don't have to use Military Road. But I don't think the traffic side of it is of particular concern. So.
Okay, this panel is asked to endorse the recommendations to Cabinet, which are as follows. The Head of Property enter into negotiations for granting a lease for circa 2,200 square metres of land at the port by the Council for a fish processing and canning plant for a term of up to 30 years on prevailing market terms. And B, that the Head of Property agrees the final terms of the lease upon satisfactory completion of all necessary financial and legal due diligence. Do I have a proposer, please? Councillor Britcher and a seconder, Councillor Davis. All agree? Perfect. Okay. You abstain, then? One abstain. Okay. Moving on to item 14, the Thanet Regeneration Programme Procurement Decision. Louise.
Thanks. I'll try really hard to speak quickly and clearly. Okay, so this report presents a proposed change to the procurement strategy for the Walpole Bay Facilities Project, a key component of our broader Thanet Regeneration Programme funded by central government. The project aims to deliver essential public amenities at Walpole Bay, including a small cafe and toilets, providing space for commercial and community activities that connect our residents and visitors to the coastline, whilst Cabinet previously approved a procurement route using Dynamic Purchasing System framework in July 2024. The project's evolution in scale and scope has necessitated a review of the procurement strategy. Following feedback from local contractors, we are now recommending a move to an open tender process via the Kent Business Portal. This revised procurement strategy will ensure a transparent and competitive process which is suited to the current... Oh God, I'm so sorry.
which is suited to the current market and project requirements, ultimately supporting the timely delivery of these improved facilities for the Cliftonville community. The appropriateness of making this change has been fully discussed and agreed with the Council's procurement team and in consultation with legal services. We welcome the panel's review and comments on this recommendation before it is presented to Cabinet for final decision. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Louise. Members, anything? Councillor Davis?
Just a quick one. I take it this allows us more scope in who we use as contractors on this. Is that right, Louise? And it should help us perhaps be more localised in our choice of provider. Would that be right?
Yeah, so it is much more open, so allowing anyone to put proposals forward. There will be criteria, as we would with any procurement process, around budget, quality, examples of other delivery. So it does allow anyone, local or not, to put projects forward as long as that they can deliver schemes that are similar.
But it enhances the choice, and we're not then restricted to the, I was going to say Hackney, then I'm wrong, aren't I? But the list anyway. So, thanks.
All happy? Okay, so we just endorse the recommendation to Cabinet, which is to authorise a change in the procurement route for Thanet Regeneration Programme project. The Walpole Bay Facilities, formerly Pavilion Works contract. Do I have a proposal, please? Councillor Fruki and seconded Councillor Britcher. All agree? Perfect, thanks, Louise. Okay, moving on to item 16. Which, well, we're just moving things about. Yeah, it's 15 and 16. Treasury management, strategy statement, minimum revenue provision policy statement, and annual investment strategy for 26-27. Matt, long old introduction.
I was thinking that I would do what I've done previously, which is this report has been here so many times in exactly the same format. There's a lot of words and a lot of numbers, and if you've got any specific questions, just ask them.
Any questions?
We're going to keep going till half 11.
No questions? Excellent. So the panel is asked to endorse the recommendations outlined in the report. Do I have a proposer, please? Councillor Scobie and a second to Councillor Bright, and all agree? Perfect. Okay, moving on to the forward plan exempt Cabinet reports list. Unless there's something from the plan the panel wish to consider, members are all asked to note the report. Excellent, thank you. And that concludes the business tonight. I declare this meeting closed at 10:22:42. Excellent, thank you very much. A very long meeting. Well done.